from the kitchen. So, welcome to WeAreDevelopers Live Week 3rd edition. This is the last day, that's sad, but I will have to watch all the other days. If you were wondering why I'm wearing this nice piece of equipment, this is something some of you might have not seen because you use it in the kitchen if you prepare something not to get dirty. I tried to prepare all the bugs we found, but it was a mess, so I turned to traditional stuff. And this is thanks to our main partners this week, the Vienna Business Agency and the City of Vienna, which is why it says Vienna on here. So, partner of the day is Wienerberger. For those of you who were expecting their talk at 1 p.m, unfortunately, there was an accident and they will do the talk when they are all safe again. So guys, we are with you and hold the thumbs. Get healthy soon. Yeah. So next up, haha, no, not with me. There is a recipe for these intros, and the recipe always says, you know, Stefan, talk about the partners. Yeah, I know. We have a lot of partners this week. Some of them contribute with ingredients, yeah, with talks or with connect us with speakers, and some of them help us with spreading the word because they are part of the media, and some of our friends are our community partners, and they mostly help us in discussing stuff beforehand, afterwards, bringing us new ideas on speakers, topics, stuff like this. And we are in like what you would call constant discussion. So if you have a meetup or if you are part of a community and you think you want to be represented here too, just write to us. Yeah. So it's also okay to abuse the email address you will see soon in the video. I will show you. But first of all, this event is under the code of conduct of your developers. And as I always say, there is a short version, like the fast food version, and then there is the nice Tafelspitz free courses menu stuff with a lot of stuff to drink to, because otherwise you wouldn't make it through the evening. The short version is just behave, yeah, and treat each other with respect. The long version is in this video. And we are back, and today we are here with Martin. Hi Martin.
Hi.
How are you today?
Yeah, fine, thanks. I look outside the window. We have snow a little bit, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's nothing which can hold back somebody who is sitting inside, I would say. So you will tell us something about a mysterious storm, the Cargo 1492 storm.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I think it's better if I now turn off my microphone and camera,
Yeah.
get my coffee, and watch your presentation. So the stage is all yours. I
Okay.
will come back when for the Q&A at the end of the session. By the way, people, on this side, if you are on the website wearedevelopers.com/live-week, there is Slido. You can ask the questions there. So
fine. So let's share my presentation. Yes. So should everybody see that now? Yes. First of all, thank you for having the possibility to talk about one of my favorite topics. I'm working now for about 2 years at the Rail Cargo Group, especially on the Rail Cargo Austria. And during the last 2 years, we started with a digital transformation program, and we have tons of experience trying different things out. And today, I think it's the best, the best topic, talking about the user, because at the end of the day, every success we will have is if the user likes the thing we're building. So let's start. What we will cover today, I prepared a small presentation for that. I will give you about the context we're talking about, meaning what is the Rail Cargo Group, ÖBB as the Austrian Railway, should be a known company at minimum in Austria. How we handle our digital transformation program, and especially what is Cargo 4092, what's the idea behind that, and as you see in the middle of everything, we will like to have the funny user, the happy user that likes what we are doing, and how we will put them on the track. Yes, another topic is then the user centricity. How do we deal with that? What was our experience? Then another point is how we set up the Cargo 4092 program, because we thought a lot about from the traditional, program management, project management. How can we align stuff that the user is always in the center of our doing? And we go a little bit in depth there. And the last point, which is from my perspective the most interesting one, is the lessons learned we had for the last 2 years. Because we started with a small team growing up to a team about 100 to 120 persons. And during the last 2 years, we figured out our 6 factors of success. And I just want to share those with you, because I think there are a lot of different companies trying to do their very best on the digital transformation part. And this is not an easy one. And maybe there is some important stuff for you, or some things you can try out. So, but let's start with the context. We're talking about the Rail Cargo Group of the ÖBB. ÖBB is the Austrian Railway, and the Rail Cargo Group especially is transporting goods for our customers. So we're focusing more on the hard topics, meaning on wagons and trains, and moving from woods to steel, to consumer goods and this kind of stuff. And we are about 9,000 to 10,000 people working on a daily basis. We have a lot of trains, a lot of a lot of stuff we move all over Europe. So we are not only focusing on Austria, but focusing in the meanwhile transportation, doing from the center of Europe to the Chinese the Chinese persons there. But our core business is mainly in Europe. So let's switch over. Yes, you see here, as I mentioned before, the Silk Road is one of our latest projects. So we don't want only to transport goods inside Europe, but also transport goods all over Eurasia at the end of the day. So it's quite a big challenge there. And as you see, especially when some kind of companies are distributed as we are, you have a lot of players there, especially from the digitalization point of view. Starting from simple stuff like different languages. We have as a core language, of course, German. But yes, Russian or Chinese persons don't speak German that well. So we have also to focus on a multi-language topics. So when we go back to the user side, we have users of different countries with different languages. And yes, this brings some kind of complexity there. And as you see, especially from the digital transformation perspective, there are a lot of people or a lot of different countries with a lot of different compliance regulations involved in such a transport. And we also have some kind of complexity getting all those systems work together. We try to move on from a traditional way, like printing things out, noting things, making more technical interfaces there, meaning REST and SOAP interfaces. But the actual, how to say, the actual ideas are that we build some kind of centralized blockchain where different companies, different countries can distribute their documents. So we have some kind of security and process performance there, and not printing every time you move the border, the whole documents out, the transport documents, and yeah, this is some kind of complexity we have. So this is more or less the context we have. From a digital transformation, what we are facing right now, we're doing three transformations in the by the end of the day. We started by the technology transformation. We still have, and I think we will have it in the next years. We still have some kind of legacy applications, legacy systems, meaning database synchronization oriented IT landscape with some kind of SOAP interfaces, Java apps, and this kind of stuff. And we started 2 years ago with the transformation to an event-based microservice landscape with all of the pitfalls such a transformation has. Starting from the know-how of having traditional database-centric know-how inside the rail cargo group to a more event-based and more microservices-oriented architecture pattern. The next part is the business transformation. When we talk about the business area inside our in Cargo 4092, meaning as a company, we have grown very fast the last years. And we're defining some kind of overall blueprint so that companies or people or users, when they switch between countries, between legal departments, have more or less the same experience, the same tasks to do. So the business transformation is also one important part of an overall digital transformation. With all its pitfalls, letting things go, thinking about new ways of work, new things to solve problems for our customers, and being faster, more efficient, and bringing the goods in a, how to say, in a good estimated time of arrival from a KPI perspective to the customers. Yes, and on top of that, we also talking about the cultural transformation, meaning that we started 2 years ago to bring the agile mindset to the Rail Cargo Group, which is not only an IT topic, but it's a topic for everyone in the whole company. And the most interesting stuff is that we are doing this all together in the same time. First impression would be, okay, we start with the technology, then the business comes, and the cultural stuff is then the last one, so having more sequential transformation. But we've seen, starting in the early stages of the program, that if you change something or try to evolve something, you always have to to focus on all three topics there, on all three views, meaning that you can only do some kind of business transformation if you understand the underlying technology there, and that the underlying technology has impact to the way how people work. Meaning being faster, make it much more simpler, go away from pen and paper and this kind of stuff. So they have a really high relation to each other. And the third one comes top down, meaning the cultural transformation. So if you start with the technology transformation, the agile mindset, meaning Scrum, Kanban, and this kind of stuff, also has an impact on the people who are involved on working there. And we see that when people of the business departments work together with the developers in a more agile way, there has also some kind of transformation or mindset shift on the business side. So agile for us is not only something the IT department does, but it's also something that the business departments can benefit from, and yes, bringing these things together. So this is more or less the high-level view of the digital transformation. We called the program Cargo 1492. The name is a little bit funny, but it explains exactly how we behave and how we proceed in the program. Because 1492, Columbus invented America, where he, of course, didn't know that it was America. But the idea behind it was just to start, to make, and then see where the overall story, the overall journey will end up. And most of the times, when we look back to the last 2 years, we made plans, which of course changed a lot. And where we will end up with the program, with the transformation, I think nobody has in mind right now, and and it's not possible to say, okay, you do some kind of 5 years program project, and you know exactly where you will end up. The outcome of the Cargo 1492 program is more or less a transportation platform where customers and partners can do their work, see their tracking information, for example. So we will build their track and trace information. We will predict some kind of estimated time of arrival there. They can do some kind of ordering. And the overall idea behind this transportation platform is to bring people of different areas together to collaborate and to make things much more easier on a daily basis. And as you can see, there is Mike written there. And this is the name of the platform, because after 1 year, we've seen, okay, we do some great stuff, developing really fast in the agile way, working a lot with the users, but the platform still is that there is some misunderstanding of what the platform will do, and we created some kind of storytelling about Mike to the platform, and we onboarded with this kind of stuff the users that are not really involved in the product development, to give it a name, to give it a face, and to make things much more clear. So this is what the outcome of the program is. We call it Mike, and Mike is more or less the transportation platform, integrating all those different players inside a transport, as you've seen in the previous slide, where we have a lot of different players from different countries with different views, point of views, and requirements. And yes, Mike will be the solution for that. So user-centric. Let's start. For the next slides, I always did some kind of core message in the middle, and then I put on the right side the voice of the user. I took there some things we get out of the daily working with the users. Sometimes it's some experience we have with them. Sometimes it's really direct feedback they gave us, and I will put it because on every slide, because I think it's most important to see what the real life feedback from the users is when they are working in such an digital transformation program, where the user, of course, the peoples are in the center. So what kind of triggers do we see? What we already faced? Of course, people by itself are the biggest triggers for user centricity. We had some experience based on old stuffed applications that young people just starting from the university really don't want to work with legacy applications because they are not used to, and they are normally used to have fancy applications like e-banking, like portals they use, like apps they use on the smartphones. And the expectation from them is that why should I use on my working time old, ugly, list-based applications, when in my private life I have this kind of high user experience, pretty user interfaces, and this kind of stuff. Another trigger we've seen was the technology part, moving away from database-oriented applications with only lists and these kind of things to technology like apps, like React interfaces and this kind of things. We got really a big pushback from the users when we were not able to bring in the latest technologies and the latest things you can do with those technologies. And this was also some kind of trigger where we say, okay, we put the users inside the teams, inside the working models, inside the product teams, because then we have the direct linkage between the guys who have the know-how about technology and also the guys who have the know-how about, okay, what has to be built, how should it be, how should it behave, and these kind of things. Next to this one, we put the user experience first because it was needed, meaning that we don't start from the development perspective, but have some early stages before. I will go in that in a few minutes. And these were some kind of triggers where we thought, okay, with a traditional way of project or program, we will not be successful, because then we build something nobody likes, nobody will use, and this is at the end of the day waste, and we don't want to have that. Yes, and especially for the ÖBB, having access to the IT systems from everywhere is something that is not that easy, but we're just also working on that. So in times of Corona, where a lot of people are working in the home office, they need to have access to information, and they need to fulfill their daily business. So next, yes, and how do we do that? As you can see, the picture is showing it really good from my point of view. It's from the Lean Startup methodology, but without knowing that we are working in this kind of way, when we saw it first, I think one or half a year ago, it explains how we work and how we proceed in the program quite well. We started before the program, I think 2 or 3 years before the program happened. We started with a design thinking approach, meaning that some kind of problems user have, making things hard to work and they didn't work quite well. We learned how to make design thinking workshops. We increased our know-how on that and also our capabilities to bring a creativity process to persons that are normally not used to work in this kind of way, because we have different kind of user groups there, from normally working at the business desks to people working directly on the wagons out there with, for example, gloves on their hands. So we have different. We need to solve different user experience topics, and next to that, people in at the Rail Cargo Group haven't been that that used to work in such a creativity process, going to a double diamond process, starting with some kind of prototypes, testing things out, throwing things away if they don't work. And this is some kind of mindset change we had before the program started already. And then during the program, we started with the agile way of working. So the last 2 years, the main focus was on the blue area, where we just put all the experiments, all the feedback we have from the design thinking approach, and started to create those things inside the MIC platform, inside the Cargo 4092 governance. In the last months, we explored, okay, this is some kind of working procedure, and it will work for the next months. But the Lean UX stuff is something really new for us, but we give it a try, and to see how all those things work together, we started again with design thinking approaches, where people, where users, where customers can put their daily problems in, and then we will go through some kind of creativity process, doing some kind of experiments, give it a try with a prototype, and then we will put it inside the MIC platform. So we split the things inside the program with doing the right things, meaning before we start developing, we will get more or less a good idea on what the users really need and what is solving the problem, and then we're doing the things right on the right side, meaning that we're working on the mastery on agile development, starting from continuous integration, continuous deployment, to deployment on demand. Yes, and this is more or less where we are working right now. As you see, it's not a normal behavior when you when you think about a traditional company like the Austrian Railways. But at the end of the day, it's some kind of success factor for us right now to work in this kind of stuff. Even if we don't call it the lean startup methodology, it explains really good on how we work and how we try to work on a daily basis. So some tools we use for that. What really worked out, because normally when you say, okay, you did some kind of digital transformation, you have a plan, you do the stuff, and then you finish. We work a little bit in a different mode. We try a lot of things out, give it a chance, and if it works, we will we will keep on it. And if it doesn't work, it's no problem to put it away and try out the next thing. So what really worked for us was or is still working for us, is the customer journey approach, where we put the personas there, we do some kind of screenshots there, look around how people are working right now, and also how the overall target process, the target journey of a user will be. This is really one of our most valuable tools we have. The user journeys are more or less done inside the program, and because we have limited resources in the program, not everybody of our 10,000 people can be part of that, and therefore we created some kind of live demos where we put videos on a regular base. Every time we have finished a feature, finished some kind of user journey, and put it on side videos where user get navigated through the process and how it works, and how the system works, and see how things we put together. And we really got excellent feedback about this approach, and this is something that helps us a lot to manage people outside the program, so that everybody is involved and gets information on a regular basis. The agile way of working, as you can see, there are some screenshots there. This is something we're really proud of, that inside a company like the Rail Cargo, we are able to work in an agile way, meaning putting a lot of post-its, scribbling around on the tables, and putting things on the walls. This is something that is not used to, it's not used to work in this kind of way in the Rail Cargo group, but it brings us really fast forward. Even if it's not, people and users, when they work the first time in such an environment, they are, they are more or less blocking a little bit, because they have fears and how it works, and there are those crazy guys running around with those nice T-shirts, having those post-its on the wall, and looks more like chaos than a structured approach. So this is some kind of things we address. So everyone who starts in the program gets some kind of onboarding. We also created videos for that, so that the way from a traditional kind of working to this agile way of working is not that big and not that complicated. And when the users are part of the product teams, are part of the way of working, we only got really good feedback, showing up great stuff in small time frames, and yes, this works quite well. Yes, and as I've written here, the overall idea is to tell people, just give it a try. It won't hurt, and if it doesn't work for you, then the only thing we have done together was to learn, and this works quite well for us. So Cargo 1492. Now let's go a little bit inside how we are sized, how we are structured, and what are the ideas behind that. The good news is we haven't created this kind of structure up front, and it is still the same after 2 years. But we tried a lot of things out, learned a lot of things, and we continually changing stuff in the program. So we just not only work in the program, but also on the program. And yes, this is more or less our view to the program from the program governance. So we're having we're scaling, or we started with Scrum in the heart. Starting in small with one Scrum team, then the second one, and so on and so on. In the meanwhile, we are about 4 to 5 feature teams. We have some kind of platform teams. All are working on the Scrum methodology. And in the meanwhile, we have the scaling effect, and we're scaling to save. We used. We tried the Spotify model in the first half year, but it didn't work out for us. And then we've done some research on what other frameworks are out there, and tried some things out. And for us, it was the the best fit. But to be honest, we are not putting everything from Safe inside our program because it doesn't make sense. But we are using those things that work out, and yes, and that's it at the end of the day. So as you see, we have 3 flight levels starting from the team approach. At the moment, we are working on pure Scrum. In the meanwhile, we see that Kanban can solve some kind of team problems or team stuff a little bit better. So we will have some kind of mixture in the future. Some teams working on Scrum, some teams working on Kanban, with the traditional stuff like a Scrum Master, the product owner, and the team. On the level program, we're working with 3 roles: the solution architect, the product manager, and the release train engineer. Myself covering the solution architect and the release train engineer, because it's not that easy to find trained release train engineers or solution architects that have experience with this kind of event-based microservice architecture. And on the program level, we do this kind of planning, setting targets like the program increment objectives. Then we are working on 4 sprints at the moment, with about 100 people, moving from 2-week sprints from doing such a program increment cycle. And during these increment cycles, we are doing constantly feedback loops. Some teams making this quite good. But some teams really need those agile coaching, so that they put the customer feedback in the middle of their work. So as you can imagine, we have some different kind of maturity on our product teams, but at the end of the day, we are moving all together in 2-week sprints, and one program iteration is 8 weeks, so meaning 4 sprints. Yeah, we don't only have feature teams there, some kind of architecture in one way, as you see on Safe, and we have a separated team of that, because we approach the architectural stuff a little bit different than other projects. We don't have this architectural roles in the program, but facing more on senior developers who can implement the architectural ideas directly, and this brings us a lot of speed, instead of having this ivory tower of architects. we had good experience on putting the architecture on runway as normal Scrum team, and they are working upfront to the feature teams. Yes, and on the portfolio level, this is where our main stakeholders are part of it, meaning the board, meaning the customers, meaning our business unit leads. We create there some kind of strategic topics, also with customer feedback and feedback from our regulatory requirements we have to fulfill, and put this everything into backlogs, and then we will move more or less top down the things to the teams, meaning that feedback on or customer feedback on a 2-weekly base will be covered in the normal Scrum iterations, and everything else is coming over the program increment planning there. So this is more or less on how we do from a governance perspective. Let's see how we do from an architectural perspective. As I mentioned on the first slides, having only business areas or governance topics don't work out by themselves. And we were only able to scale up and put the users in the center when we have this kind of event-based microservice architecture. So this fits completely together, and our success would not happen if we wouldn't work this kind, or if we haven't designed this this platform that you can put teams and work next to each other on different parts of the platform. So we see a high leverage effect between the agile approach, the Scrum approach with the teams, and the structuring of the architecture we have chosen, and this works quite well. I also have written here some things we recognized from the architecture or from the development perspective. The most important stuff is you cannot, or we were not able to define all those microservices we have working, running on parallel without the user, because we put the user not only on the user experience layer, but we also integrate the users on the technical perspective layer, meaning this domain-driven design on which domains we have or which domains we need, and how they interact between each other. This is also something where the user fits in. Normally, you don't talk with the users on a technical perspective, but the domain-driven design approach helps us a lot to get feedback on what we have to build and how the things work out in the past and how the things should be worked out in the future. And this would be not possible if we only let our UX designers work together with the user, but we need the users also in the more technical areas. Otherwise, we will build something that won't work. Yes, we have here some kind, in the middle, as you see, we have some kind of event post and the microservices. What is also important for this transition during the next 3 years is the integration to the legacy applications. So we have a lot of adapters there, and doing the transportation and transformation of the legacy stuff to the new architecture. And this is something we put quite high effort there. Together with the integration of the legacy environment, we're also looking to the cloud capabilities. So we integrate the legacy systems over event-based or over our event-based pattern with the on-premise running microservices running on Kubernetes, together with platform as a service functionalities like Power BI for reporting, for example, with cloud capabilities. And this just works quite well. Also because we took the user up front together with us, showing them this will be the overall tools we want to use. This is the overall work style we want to have, and this is the journey from the data coming from legacy systems to the new world inside the cloud. It's also something that works quite well. So the overall architecture pattern we have chosen supports the agile way of working, and supports what the user really likes, and what the user really wants. On the left side, you see more or less screenshots. We think heavily on use case based approaches. What we put on web style, we use for that React and TypeScript on the front end, and what we put, for example, on the apps. As I mentioned before, we have some users, some kind of employees that work with gloves on their hand, directly on the wagons and directly on the trains. So touching on apps and this kind of stuff is something sometimes a little bit tricky. But it there are some special use cases where app development makes really sense, and we test a lot of things out with the users. Another thing is that working directly on the area where the trains are and where the wagons are, we don't have always internet connectivity. So the online offline pattern is something that is something we have to take special care, and makes things not every time easy. But it is important to get the user inside the program, and to have him as supporter of the overall transformation. And yes, based on that, we have our user experience designers, our user UX team, that work out with the users, with the business people, and also with the technical people, the journeys, with screenshots, with screen designs, with prototypes, before we start to develop that. We just started this rapid prototyping approach in the last weeks, last months, but we try it out, and let's see how it will look like by the end of the next year, and how things will proceed. Yes, as I see, the time is always running. Lessons learned, what we have learned about that. We defined, or we summarized our learnings in 6 agile, which makes our transformation successful. Starting by the user experience, it's the most important one, because nobody wants to use ugly user interfaces that don't work out. Then we start to go a little bit in this lean startup methodology. Then my personal favorite is the full stack area, because we see that having people, having developers working on the front end and on the back end side is really a performance boost, and we're forced to develop our people during the time they are working in the program, to be full stack developer. We're having some kind of development path there, which is not always easy, because we also have developers who want to focus only on one technology and one special area, meaning front end or back end. But having people that could work on both sides is really performance booster. Yes, co-location is something that worked good the last year. We're just having good progress working on remote, but the agile way of working needs some kind of direct human interaction in one room, and we see that this is a little bit decreasing our performance now, since we are working about 1 year in home office. This is something that is is really crucial. But it's not that easy in times of Corona to support this stuff. We try a lot of things out, working with Teams, with Zoom, and how we can define meeting setups in the online world, but working as a human together with people in a room is really crucial. Yes, then the agile work style, meaning having not or not following an overall plan, but dealing more or less with change, is also something that is really important for us. And we were not able to work in any modern way of style if we won't have this kind of elastic infrastructure, meaning not waiting for weeks, for months to get some kind of server or some kind of hardware, but just clicking on a website and having the system run in minutes instead of weeks or months. Otherwise, we won't get those performance on the program. Yes, to give you an outlook on what we approach for the next thing, the evolution signs of the program after 2 years are really transparent and really high. So we're working right now to think how we could integrate the lean startup method or things or parts of that inside the overall program structure, so that the user, starting by the clear need a user has to brainstorming concepts to the experimental stuff, how could this integrate to the overall program, and how could we implement those stuff in the program structure so that the user is visible through all different flight levels, and the user will have something at the end of the day inside Mike, where he has a smile when he start his application and start to work out his daily work. So this is more or less the cargo for the 92 stuff. I don't know, Stefan, if there are any questions in the meanwhile, but I think from the time perspective, I think we should switch to the Q&A stuff, right?
Yes, correct. Hi, Martin. There are questions. First, can you stop screen sharing?
Yeah, wait a moment. So should we...
Yeah, perfect. It's like, I think this is a built-in feature that the controls move to another monitor or something like this, if you had exactly this problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the highest rated question was it hard to get the business department on board?
In the early days, yes. The first months was really hard to get the business department because they had fear about the way we were working. But in the meanwhile, after half a year, they are more, they are more curious on how things work out, and then the barrier was really low. We supported those kind of things together with videos, with open discussions, and tell them, just give it a try. You can't lose anything by the end of the day. But in the first half a year, it was really hard to get them on board. But as you show progress on a 2 weekly base, things people see that those things really work. Yeah, and they get instantly feedback about their ideas, and this is something where they put the involvement inside the program. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, and then a question from Anonymous, our all favorite user. Was user feedback collected continuous, or did you do service at some time?
Um, to be honest, this structured way of working, how to get feedback from the users, we just started half a year ago. The first year we hadn't those structured approach. What we did was we put people, or we put users in the role of the product owner, where we gave them trainings and guidance, and see who likes to join our journey. And this was a success factor from my point of view. And based on that, we get feedback from the persons around those product owners. But at the moment, we don't have this structured approach right now. We're thinking about starting with Lean UX, where you have this kind of service, the user testing in the next year. And yeah, this is something we will try out, of course.
Yeah, cool. So, and Lucas, did the developers have contact with the users or only the UI UX department?
No, the users have, we have users from inside the company, but we also put users from outside the company, from our customers, and they have directly connections to the product teams, to the developers, which was in the first days of the program, really funny situations where you have business people talking with developers, having completely two different languages. But I like to solve the same thing. So this is something that has to be developed over time. But to answer this question precisely, no, we don't let the users alone by the UX department or the UX guys. They have directly connection to the developers.
Yeah, very cool. So, and Candida wants to know, what are the next steps of improving user experience on the application?
The next step for us will be to split a little bit the agile way of development from to doing the things right, to what is really needed in the early stages with this prototyping approach, meaning what is really important for the user before we start developing it. So we split this a little bit. At the moment, we are doing it both during the agile way, to the agile development, and this worked for the last 2 years, but I think it won't work for the next years. So we split it a little bit out from each other, and I think those user testing, those customer journeys, this is our next evolutionary step from a program perspective, to have this implemented as a program. Yeah.
Cool. So we are basically running out of time. I already get hit under the table, but I just want to share the last. There is one question from Lucas. About details of user involvement. We will send you this question, so you can maybe either, how you like it, write us the text, we put it on the blog, or record a short video if you are one of those people. Just don't send us WhatsApp voice messages, because everybody hates them.
Okay. That's fine.
No, it's there is one comment, and that's co-location sounds hard in times of Corona, and
yes, I can agree on that 100%.
Yeah. So yeah. That being said, I think I'm not the only one amazed on what you built with the right people in your team at Rail Cargo, and I'm really curious where your journey will take you, and maybe there will be sometime the Rail Cargo method, a book by Martin Nader. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. The journey is really how to say, It's really tough sometimes, but it's really worth it to go.
Okay, so thank you, Martin, and we will
Bye.
be right back after a short break.
Bye.
So we are back, and together with us is Mark, who will share his secret with us, I hope, about how we can save a little bit of time for more inspiration, I guess. Hi, Mark.
Hello. Happy
So
to be here.
I'm also happy, and for all of you who are also here for the whole talk, Mark will also be in the next slot in the panel discussion. But before that, we will see how to build apps. Curious. Turning off my camera and microphone now, and I'll be back for the Q&A. So
Fantastic. Great. Thank you. And thanks everyone who has joined to listen to my presentation. I'm going to start with a couple of slides just to set the context. And then, of course, we'll switch to something more real where we're actually trying to do something that combines code and no code. I assume everyone is familiar with the no code concept here. If not, I will delve into it a little bit just to talk about what no code is, and that we'll use that as a segue to kind of mixing code and no code together. To start, just a quick slide about me so you know who's presenting to you guys. I'm the founder of a company called Backendless. This is my third business. I started the company in 2012. I'm a technologist and hard-turned entrepreneur. I still do quite a bit on the technical side because our company is small and everyone is doing a lot of things, and including myself. I'm not just running the company, but I'm kind of trying to get into the technical details. In my past experiences, I worked for big and small companies, kind of have a fairly wide spectrum of experiences of working for some very, very large organizations, and some very small ones have been a part of a couple of acquisitions, and Backendless is my third startup. I'm very passionate about user experience, innovation, and that really gives me a lot of drive and energy, and just being able to create something new and come up with things that are exciting and maybe just kind of futuristic perhaps. So let's start this presentation. So what is this about? It's essentially hybrid app development using code and no code. We'll talk about no code advantages and disadvantages. And then, of course, there will be a demo where, as I mentioned, we'll actually try to do something useful, but using both no code and code approach. So for people who are not familiar with no code, just two questions. So what is no code? And then two, well, I guess main question is what is no code, and the sub questions are, is it the same as code or coding? But without actual coding, and what does no code apply to? And these days, no code as a concept, as a sort of a buzzword, it became very, very popular, and a lot of software companies jump onto the bandwagon and claim that they have some sort of no code or low code element to it, and that applies to user interfaces, backends, databases, business process automation, creating reports, creating dashboards, even DevOps. I've seen some companies claim that they do it without code. So pretty much everyone is claiming that they can do some sort of no code and low code. But in the essence, what is this? So the answer to these questions that you see here on the board is yes. So no code is essentially everything that you can do with coding, but it is without coding. So it's a kind of a self-explanatory, and the concept has a lot of merit for the reason that essentially whenever applications are built, whenever dashboards are created or reports are created, in the traditional sense, someone would actually have to write some code to make this happen, because computers, they understand, instructions that are created from some sort of programming language. And since we live in the time when things need to be done fast, and you don't always have a developer available, the whole no-code concept kind of started becoming more and more popular. And what we have today is this an ability to create a lot of different things without even knowing how to do programming. So, and because of this, I kind of wanted to dissect the benefits of having no code and some disadvantages of having that particular concept. So one of the biggest, or some of the biggest advantages of using no code is, number one, of course, going to be the speed of development and the productivity that you get. Because of course, if you do something visually where you don't have to write this code, you don't have to debug this code, think about how it's going to be deployed, how to version it, and so on. If you can just do it all visually, of course, you'll be able to create things significantly faster. Even, just take the most prominent example of no code is development of UIs, of the user experiences. Of course, when you do it all visually and you drag and drop and you lay out components on the screen, on the page, on the mobile screen, you get to the end result significantly faster than just having a developer who does all the same things and then compile and you finally see that application. So in the modern times, when being the first to the market or getting something out there faster so your customers can start using this functionality, it is a significant advantage. So being able to do that quickly is important. Because of that, some additional benefits become available. So if you can do something very quickly, of course, the cost to produce that application is going to be reduced. And then because of the speed of development, again, another benefit is going to be the shorter times to market. And history has shown that being the first to the market and you get that first mover advantage, it is important. And as a result, any system that provides the no-code approach to building applications, you will be able to get these kind of benefits. And since you don't need to have a developer who knows how to write code, you can rely on a less specialized talent. And this may be kind of demeaning in the way it sounds, but please take it in a good sense. You don't really need to have a highly skilled developer who knows how to write code in order to use a no-code system. Of course, having a highly skilled developer is something that is very important, and I'll talk about it later, because building applications is something, even though you can do it pretty much end to end, you can build applications without writing a single line of code, and the system that we provide does that, of course, kind of a little plug now. But anyway, having a skilled developer is certainly important, because whenever you build an application, especially more complex applications, having someone who understands how to structure data, how to control the data flow, how to apply security principles, how to do caching, all of that is important, but I'm kind of getting a little bit ahead of myself. So we see the advantages here on the screen. So what are the disadvantages of the no-code approach? Well, here they are. Number one, easier to replicate. If someone was able to click through some, dynamic visual system to create the UIs and then create the flow for your application, and all it takes is just understanding how to use that system, then someone else who sees how you did it can go back to the same system or any other system and replicate it very quickly, okay? Therefore, you kind of lose that competitive advantage because you use the no-code system, because the moment it comes up, someone else can replicate it very quickly. And more than likely, it will happen if your application is successful. Number two, vendor lock-in. So if you are using a no-code system, clearly you will be using a system that is provided by some vendor. And if you created an application within that system, it's very unlikely that they will allow you to take it outside of that platform and run it anywhere else, okay? Or at least they might allow you to take it outside of it, but in order to make any kind of edits and improvements and changes, you gotta go back to the same platform where you originally developed it. Therefore, vendor lock-in is present. And finally, many of the systems, if not all, but at least a good majority of them will have some sort of technical limitations, okay? Therefore, if you are doing certain things, but then you need to have some feature that just cannot be implemented with that no-code platform, boom, that's your technical limitation. You reach some sort of limit where you have to do something different, since the no-code approach does not allow you within the context of that vendor, okay? So now we have this code, no-code advantages and disadvantages. And here's an interesting thing. If you were to take a look at the disadvantages, okay, the disadvantages of the no-code approach are specifically the advantages of the code approach, okay? So here we have this kind of interesting thing that we identified the things that the no-code is not very good at. But if you look at it, easier to replicate with no code. It's going to be harder to replicate if you actually did it with a code. If you put your know-how, if you put your technical differentiation into the way you're implemented with the code, it's going to be harder to replicate. Not impossible, okay? Harder, okay? Vendor lock-in. If you have a vendor lock-in with no code, once you step outside and you did it with a code, that code, depending how you read it, of course, if you coupled your code to AWS, to Amazon, yeah, of course it's going to run only on Amazon. But under certain and a lot of circumstances, you can actually write code that runs anywhere. Okay. In fact, that's how you really should write code. So vendor lock-in is less likely if you actually develop code. And if you do it with a code, there are really no technical limitations. Okay. So the sky is your limit, creativity is your limit, and you can actually do pretty much everything with the code. So what we have here is this. Here's the comparison of the pros of no code and pros of code, okay? And then combining these two together gives you this fantastic combination where you can get speed of development with no code, and then not being able to, or make it harder to replicate for your competitors with code. So combining these two approaches together, I think gives you the biggest bang for the buck, because with these two camps being combined into one to create your application that you're working on, I think this is going to be the winning combination. And I think in the entire presentation here that I have, this is probably by far the most important slide that I have, okay? And what does it really mean for anyone who's building an application? Should you do it entirely with no code? It's definitely possible, because if the differentiation of your app is not in the UI, if it is, for instance, in the whole business model, in the way you're going to approach your customers, and the way you're going to provide value proposition, and you can achieve the technical side with no code, go for it. I think from that perspective, the quicker you implement, the faster you get to market, the better off you're going to be. However, if some parts, if you just want to have higher degree of control of for your application, then I believe the code approach is going to be entirely applicable here. There's one additional thing that I haven't mentioned in the pros and cons listing there. Whenever you use no-code approach, you're basically using some sort of graphical interface to create code, because in the end, once you do all the drag and drop action and whatever is the no-code approach, some code is going to be generated, because after all, applications, that's what they are. Some code is created, it's compiled or interpreted or whatever, but there is code that runs. With no code approach, you really have absolutely no control over the quality of that code that will be generated. And not to say that the quality is going to be poor, but the code that is generated from no code, whenever you did all this drag and drop and you created the layouts, or if you're doing some sort of backend no code logic, the code that is generated is going to be the best way that the vendor who created this no code approach decided how it's going to be generated, which may work for your cause and for your goal, but it may not work. So for instance, if you just need some elements of the data to be cached and indexed or processed with different data structures, for instance, the code that is generated uses, let's say, arrays or vectors, from the data model perspective. But what would work the best for you would be some sort of linked list. Can you really swap it out and you start using linked list as the data structure for your app if you use the no-code approach? No, you can't, because your interface with creating that application is going to be, this no-code. So with the code approach, there is this one additional benefit, which is the performance that you control. Because when you create code, when you are responsible for all the algorithms and the actual approach to how you're going to process this data and how the data is going to be massaged and persisted or sent into caching system or whatever, or you basically control how the data is going to be processed, what the algorithms are used whenever you use the code approach, which also is a very, very important point of differentiation. But in this comparison here, I'm not saying that you have to use code over no code. What I'm saying is, now that the no code tools are progressing and become very promising, and then there are real applications built with no code tools that you find in app stores or real web applications that people created and actually generate revenue in real businesses. We know that it's a real thing that can be used to create apps. What I'm advocating for is that you got to look for elements in your application architecture, in the way that you structure your team, where you take the benefit of both code and no code approach to the maximum and combine it to create your application. So here, I'm not saying that code is going to be better than no code. Of course, you can do everything that you do with no code, you can accomplish with the code-based approach, but it's not necessarily going to be the best approach. The best approach is to combine both to create your application. So some other considerations that to keep in mind, okay? Whenever you work with a no-code platform to create your app, whether it's web or mobile, you will be subject to the cost and any kind of limitations that are associated with whatever the pricing plans for that platform, okay? Examples are all over the place. You look into every single platform that is out there that provides a no-code approach, and you will see those limitations there. For instance, you go to Airtable, look at the pricing plans, you'll see that one of the most expensive for the one that you can get the price gives you 50,000 records per base. Okay, so that that's going to be your limitation. So if you're planning to build a system that is relying on Airtable, and you know that you're going to have more than 50,000 records, you got to think of an approach that will work for you. And these examples are all over the place; they're everywhere. Also, the cost, of course, it is going to be very important. So if you're building your system with no code, and you know you're going to be getting that productivity boost where you're going to create it very quickly, look further than that. Look down the line where you start having real customers, real traction, real data in your system. Just think how all the limits that you see in the pricing tables would be applicable to you, because you get vendor lock-in, and then realizing that you're running into some limitations, maybe a little bit too late, since you already have business running on top of that no-code platform, and all of a sudden you're running into the limitations. And that's going to be a pretty sad situation if you haven't thought about it upfront. So next one is differentiation. So because it is very easy to replicate, especially if there's really kind of no technical know-how, and it's going to be in the business actual business process that differentiates you, then technical differentiation is going to be very easy to replicate. So think about, you know, if it's something that you can live with, because if your business is successful, people will try to replicate what you're doing. Intellectual property. So with intellectual property, if you came up with some sort of algorithm or a new way to process data, or even a business process that is based on your application, and you created it with no code, there may be some things that you need to think about, because patenting your approach, if it is, let's say, something in the way you implemented it, is going to be harder, and so it's something that you need to talk to your attorneys. It may be harder if you use the no-code approach, because with patents, and I've gone through that process several times, I have a couple of patents, but with patents, whenever you describe how you achieve certain things and what the algorithm is, the fact that you use somebody else's system to make it happen, that may have implications on the actual outcome of getting that patent. So that's something to keep in mind. And team alignment. Of course, if you are starting by yourself, you don't have a team, that's one thing. If you already have a team, if you have coders and just technical people who are not coders, that's probably going to be the best combination, because you can assign tasks to both coders and non-coders. But if you don't have such a team composition, then it might be easier since you just pick one approach. But if you have a team of developers and non-developers, then aligning the team so everyone does the things and the tasks that are closest to their heart and where they're the best at, it's probably going to be the best approach that you can come up with. So these are some additional basically considerations that I put out here that I thought about. Now, let's play with code and no code. So I'm going to put together live. I don't have kind of anything hard coded. We're going to create an application that does the following. So here we will create an API service. We will deploy it. We'll see that API service is going to be beautiful. It's going to be working, retrieving data from the database. So I'll show you that there is a database with some data. We'll quickly write an API service using Node.js, deploy it, and then we'll switch to a user interface UI builder, where without any code, we'll create a UI, just a simple app that communicates with that API service that is written with code to retrieve the data and just render it on the screen. All right. For this, I will use our own platform because I'm familiar with it the most. It is called Backendless. You'll be able to replicate everything that I have demonstrated to you by yourself. I know this session is recorded. So without, I guess, any further ado, let's just switch to Backendless and start working on it. And I believe that as far as all the questions, it's going to be towards the end of the session. So if you can think of any questions, just continue adding them for the Q&A. I'll be more than happy to answer any. So what you guys see on the screen here, this is Backendless console. This is the front end for your backend. This is the front end for building UIs. So Backendless does both. It provides an ability to build backend and to build UIs. So for the backend perspective, if we go into data, this is our database. And here we have a couple of tables. There's a table called country. There is a table called city, country, language. For now, to keep the things simple, we'll be working with a table called country. And then here we have 237 countries with a bunch of different properties. There's a link to a capital, continent that it's on, government form. To keep things simple, we'll just focus on the property called names. So these are the names of the countries that we have in the database. Now, this is the database. We need to create an API service that will be retrieving data from this database. Do we really need to create an API service? No, because every single table, every single database in the canvas has its own API. We could just create a UI that goes directly against this database, but we want to inject something with the code as a proof of concept, because there may be other reasons why you want to create this API service. So now what we will do is I'm going to switch to a section that is called business logic. And in here, I will just create an API service. Okay. For this, I'm going to switch to coding. This is the API service that I created previously, but let's just create a new one. And let's call it countries.js. All right. And in here, let's just start writing our code. Okay. Countries API. And the way API services work in the canvas, all you do is, if you know Node.js, if you know JavaScript, you basically create a class. And every single method in that class is going to be essentially an endpoint that will be running in backends. All right. So in here, let's just start adding this endpoint, and that endpoint is going to be called get countries. Get countries. And it's going to be asynchronous get countries. And inside of our method, we will use backendless API, and that will look like this: backendless data of, and the name of this table is country. And in here, let's just make sure that it is country. Method is find. All right. So that's all it takes. So this get countries will become its own endpoint, and we just need to register that service, and it's going to look like this: backendless dot server code add service countries API. So here, if I were to deploy this service, countries API, all right, the service is deployed, and we have this countries API, get countries. We can invoke it right away, and we got the result. In fact, we can copy this URL, put it in the browser, and just make the get request. So now we got all these countries from the database. So we already have the API service, but let's make this API service a little bit more complex, where you can actually pass in a query, or let's say just some sort of the beginning of a country name, and then any country that starts with that text that you enter will be returned by that API service. So in here, I'm going back to coding, and let's declare an argument that will look like this. That will be param. The type of this parameter is going to be string. And in here, the parameter name is going to be name pattern. The reason I put it in the square bracket is because it will indicate that this parameter is optional. So here is name pattern. So, and we will create a backendless query object. Backendless data query builder. And then if this name pattern is present, then what we will do is backendless query set where clause. So we're going to basically create the actual query that will go into backendless. And that where clause will look like this. Name, this reference is just the name of the column. Like, and in here we will do this name pattern. And then percent sign. I believe it's going to be like this. I think here we need to use this. Like this. And then what we need to do is we need to pass backendless query into here. So let's just test it and make sure that it is working properly as we expect. All right, so it's deployed. So now it has the name pattern. So let's just find all the countries starting with CA. All right, so that works. And then in fact, if we, Yeah. So that's working. So here we got Canada and we got Cameroon. So yeah, so this API service is working. So now that we have the API service, let's switch to the front end side and without any coding, build the UI that integrates with that API service, right? So for this, if I switch to front end, and this is the UI building interface for backendless, what we will do is we'll first of all pass in an input parameter. And then this input parameter, let's call it name pattern. Okay, and then this is where we will be entering the actual pattern. And every time we press enter, what we want is we want to go back into the API service, make the request, pass in this name pattern, and whatever the API service returns, we just want to render a list of these countries in a list. And in order to render it in a list, let's use a block. And this block component has the direction top to bottom. And then the block component in backendless is cool in a way where you can actually add dynamic rendering and create this block component really into a repeater. And then what we will do is we will add text block to that repeater. Okay, so this text will render the name of this country. Okay, so this block component, notice I'm going to click dynamic list behavior. And then we use a system called data binding in backendless, where you can basically bind that UI component to a value that sits in the data model. And then when that value modifies, the UI component does re-rendering of itself. So what I'm going to do, and once I build it all together, of course, I'm going perhaps way too quickly, but once I have it in place, you actually see exactly how it's working. So number one thing that I'm going to do is for this block, I'm going to go to logic and assign in the data binding a value which will be like called, let's say, countries, okay, which is just a property name, okay. Now, so for these countries, and then this one needs to be bound to the name of the column that comes back, and that the name is going to be name, because that's the name of the column in our country database. Now, let's add logic for what happens when we press enter, okay? So for this, we go into the logic part for our input parameter. And then in here, there is an event on key down, okay? So click on this. And then in on key down, whenever something is entered, what we want to do is we want to check whenever the return button is pressed. And the return button has the key code 13. It's kind of just something, every single button on the keyboard has a code. The return button has the key 13, and that's just kind of a general knowledge once you Google it. So what we do is we will just add logic if, and this is, by the way, how logic is built in backendless. If key code equals 13, let's just pass this 13. What we want to do is we want to invoke our API service. Now, this is going to be the coolest part of this demo. Remember that we created the API service with code, and it's running in backendless. We're creating a no-code logic for our UI. So right now, we need to kind of cross over from no code into code. How do we do this? In backendless, for every single API service that you create, whether it's done with Java or JavaScript, or it can be done with using the same codeless approach, there's going to be a block created. You see this countries API, and there is this API service countries, get countries. So for our API service created with code, backendless automatically create this block that represents API service invocation. So we're going to use this block right here. And then we will be basically, by using this block, making a request to the API service. The data that comes back, we want to put it into the countries property in the page data binding. So the block that we have that renders the names picks it up. So this is how it's going to work. We use object set property in, and the property is going to be set in page data, and it's going to be called countries. And then the value is going to be whatever this API service returns, okay? And there is also name pattern, and this name pattern is something that it's whatever user typed in. So a couple of things that we need to do here is, number one, for the actual input component, we want to create data binding. So whenever something is being entered, through the data binding, it's going to basically end up in our page data object. So here, the value is going to be name pattern, okay, right here, and then this name pattern that sits in the page data through the data binding needs to be passed into the API service. And for this, we just do get property name pattern of page data. All right, that's it. And I will review everything with you one more time before we actually run it. All right, so number one, let's just review. Now that all the logic is in place. So a couple of things. The block has data binding in dynamic items logic that is called countries, okay? Whenever we put value into the countries in our page data, this block will automatically re-render and list everything in the countries in that collection. In here, for this input component, whenever enter is pressed, and then the way we check is the key code equals 13, we make the request into the countries API service that we wrote for the code, okay? And what we do is we pass this name pattern value as the argument. And this value comes from page data. The property is name pattern, okay? And as you can see, the value logic here, it says name pattern. So when we reference this, we're actually going to be getting the value that goes into page data through this data binding. When data comes back from this API service, what we do is we put that value, what that comes back from the server, into page data property called countries, okay? And this automatically triggers the block to render the data, okay? That's all we have. So let's run it and see how well it works. All right, so here, if we, let's say, get all the countries that start with A, press enter, and here it is. We got the values. By the way, in backend list, since we didn't specify paging size, we get 10 objects back. So let's modify this so we get more data. So if we go to coding, and in here, this is the code for our logic. Backend list query set page size 100, and then redeploy. All right, so now it is redeployed. And then if we go to our UI and then get all the countries starting with B, enter, that's it, we got a lot more, okay? Or we've got all the, let's say, get all the countries that have the word united, enter, so here it is. So as you can see now, we have UI that we built without any code that communicates with API service that we built with code. And this way we kind of got both sides engaged in creating one application, right? And I know I was going really fast, especially on the UI side, but I hope it kind of made sense and you and at least were able to follow what I was doing there. If this is interesting, if you guys want to learn more about the way UI building with backend works, we do have in our YouTube channel 2 training courses that you can take just to learn all these concepts. But at this point, with what I did, this basically concludes my demo. By the way, if I return, remove everything, press enter, it gets and returns all the countries because that's how API service works. Okay, so I guess at this point, let's switch to the Q&A part of this presentation, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
So, thank you, Mark. It's brilliant. I love it.
Thank you.
Can you stop screen sharing so people can see our beautiful faces? Well, yours and mine. Yeah. So we have some questions.
Okay.
So, so do you have examples of really great no-code mobile apps that can compete with coded apps? Any kind of success stories you know of?
Of the specifically mobile apps, right? I cannot think of something that would be very well known. That would basically be a household name. However, I do know, at least from our experience of people building applications with our platform, that it is entirely possible, and there are applications that have been built, launched, and are functioning and generating some revenue. So the names that I would mention, they really mean nothing. But in my experience, I have ran into entrepreneurs and people who were able to accomplish just that. So if the question is whether it's possible, yes. If the question is, can you name someone that you can resonate with and know of, and not off the top of my head. And it's probably for the reason that the whole no-code concept, especially for mobile applications, it is still fairly young. And in order for this, for an application to become something that is very successful and where the name is recognizable, I believe it does take time. So I think that given some time, we will see those success stories that you will see, okay, well, I recognize this app, and you will know that it was created with a no-code approach. It's only a matter of time.
Okay, and if we spin the question further, and we are not locking it in on mobile apps, is there anything which pops into your head and says, hey guys, this is actually something you will have seen or you might have heard of?
Well, some examples that I have seen that are done with our platform is we see people coming to us implementing systems with no code, where actually they are re-implementing things that they already have. Like for instance, there's a company that provides ordering of medical equipment. It's a German company. And the reason they're doing it, it's actually a business analyst who is implementing that system for the reason that they have this form. It's been running on their website for ages.
Yeah.
Original developer who created it is gone. They cannot track him down. They understand rules that need to be implemented. And rather than hiring a new developer because they cannot find the original developer, they're actually re-implementing that working system with some of the updates that they need to introduce themselves. And it's a business analyst who's doing it, okay? And I love it for the reason that it is exactly the kind of usage that we have envisioned when we provided access for no code, where someone who understands what needs to be done, who doesn't know how to do programming, is able to get to the end result without learning a programming language and without hiring a developer.
Yeah.
I think it is fantastic, okay? Does no code mean that anyone can build an app? A lot of companies say so. I disagree.
Yeah.
Okay? I disagree because building applications is still a skill. There is a reason why there is still computer science degree, because there are a lot of things that one needs to know in order to build applications. And if the only thing that you know is how to use a drag and drop tool, I think it is not enough in order to build an application. There is more to it. At the very minimum, being able to dissect a larger problem into smaller problems and find solutions to them, at the very minimum, you need to have that skill.
Yeah.
I know I'm kind of diverting from the question.
No,
but
it's actually it's true. When I first saw all these no-code platforms which now mature, yeah, they are not coming up, they are maturing at this time.
Yeah.
What I see is, for developers, endless possibilities for super quick prototypes, for something where, okay, I have a system and I need a front end to build on top of that, but it should also be able to have some backend logic, and then I would go to backendless and I could merge the stuff I did with something on top, so I can give somebody else the look and feel which doesn't look like a 4-year-old drew a house. Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So let's go on with the questions. Another consideration would be vendor lock-in. I think that's a comment. Where, yeah. Is it actually possible to export the JavaScript code from your page?
With our solution, once you build this app, as I shown the preview where you can actually see the page, there is another button in there that says publish. So once you publish, Backendless creates a progressive web application, really single page application, SPA, and deploys it in the file storage of your app in Backendless. At this point, you can take the entire SPA, and that includes all the HTML, all JavaScript, all CSS, all the images, everything, and you can run it and put it onto any web server in the world. So the final UI, final app that you create with Backendless can run anywhere. It is not, it may not even use Backendless for the backend, because you can build an app that communicates with a third-party service. So from our perspective, you can take it. We did it intentionally. We don't want people to feel like, this is the only place where it can run.
That's awesome.
So the answer is yes, you can definitely take it out and put it into any web server or CDN.
Okay. So, and then there is a question also from our favorite Anonymous, who says, which no-code applications would you recommend? And the first thing you have to say is Backendless.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. My opinion is going to be biased, but trying to be as unbiased as possible. What I like about our approach, and it is more somewhat of an educated response. What I like about our approach is that rather than specifically for logic programming, so rather than doing kind of the form-based where, you can type in, form fields and like if this, then that, we use the block-based, the puzzle pieces approach, which I believe is better than kind of the form-based UIs that program logic. The reason I think it is better is because it is more visual and it gives you an ability to create any kind of logic that you can imagine. As far as programming languages, there are 4 things that you need to have to be able to create any kind of logic. So it is a conditional statement, if, it is a loop where you can repeat this, some sort of action, being able to go to a particular block, and variables. Okay, so with these 4 elements, you can create any kind of logic you can imagine. And if programming language has these 4, that's it. You can implement anything you want. With our approach called codeless, which is a visual programming without programming language, all of these things are possible, plus a lot more. So, which means that with our approach, you can program any kind of logic that you can imagine. Okay, plus you get the benefit of all Backendless APIs. So everything Backendless can do is available via that block. And as you saw, we created an API service with code, and there is a block that gives you an ability to tap into it. Lately, for the past month or so, we're creating articles that demonstrate how to integrate many other no-code tools with Backendless. And at this point, I think we have like 8 different articles, starting with Wix, and then Adalo, and Bubble, and Webflow, so all the major ones. And we're basically documenting how you can create UI with that, with some other platform, and use Backendless as the backend. And that gave us a very good insight for the approaches that our other companies use. Okay, some companies, they require you to use JavaScript to integrate, like with Wix, and I think AppGyver, or maybe Adalo, one of them, you have to use JavaScript to tap into an external system. Mm-hmm. Other companies, it's entirely visual. And that gave me, not just me, but everyone in the company, and then all the people who read our blog, a very good insight as to kind of, the the difference in the approaches that companies take. I still like ours the best because if you build UI with backendless and you use backendless for the backend, the point of integration between UI and the backend is probably the smoothest. You know, for some of the articles that we have written, you know, you start going through the logic that you need to create to integrate user login. I kid you not, it's maybe like 8 pages with the screenshots, maybe 55 different steps that you have to click and create it simply just to pass user ID and password to an external system. I think it is ridiculous, but it works. Okay, so for someone, if they are just like that UI system, UI building system so much, perfect. You can integrate really the best backend that is on the market, which is us. But if you want to do everything really quickly from the prototyping perspective and really just building the entire app, I think backendless at this point is the best.
True. One question which came to my mind is, you said you can either code it or you can drop this puzzle piece. Let's be honest, developers are also like lazy, yeah? Or let's say pragmatic, because that's the right term. Can I just drop the block and then like convert it to a JavaScript code and...
Yeah, you can. In fact, in backendless, you can actually see like something that I didn't show in my presentation, but as you drop those blocks, there is a tab in there that says code. You can click on it and you will see the actual JavaScript code that is generated from all the blocks that you in the puzzle pieces that you connected. So you can just copy and paste and use that code if you'd like. Now, a discovery that I made, like we released the whole codeless concept and implementation for the backend a while ago. Maybe it's been about 2 or 3 years. And of course we said, okay, now you can build API services and timers and all the backend things without any coding. And I was thinking when we were planning this, like, okay, it's going to be people who just don't know programming language. They just, they want to create some sort of logic. And to my surprise, when we started getting questions on the support forum with people contacting us via email and so on, questions come from coders that we have talked to in the past where they were actually asking questions, and which was kind of unexpected. And I was asking, guys, but why codeless? Like, I know that you are a JavaScript developer, you've done things on Node, and they say it's just faster. It's like and there is element of fun because by looking at the code and you have more than one page and you scroll through, you're going to have to read through and understand. By looking at codeless, you get the logic visually, and that's kind of a very enticing and very interesting thing that we created, where you just look at it and you can see like, okay, well, you can follow what's going on just by the way they are connected together. So, but to answer your question, yes, you can put it all together and then see exactly the code that is generated for that logic.
That's very cool. That's Gary. Please put that on my Christmas list. Yeah, thank you. So Carlos says, thanks, very nice intro to no code. I guess OutSystems is low code SDK for mobile apps.
Mm-hmm. Yes, OutSystems has been on the market for quite some time. It's from the no-code perspective and being able to create applications without any coding, both front end and the back end. It's very similar to what we provide. Okay, as far as backend is. The difference will be in overall approach. I believe with OutSystems, you have to download and install the entire studio and have it running in your computer. With backendless, you can do the whole thing in the browser. Okay, browser, tablet, so you don't need to download anything. And another factor is going to be, of course, the cost. With backendless, you will find that you can build the entire application really at no cost, and there will be some cost. Our pricing plans are published on the website once you're ready to go to production.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Adi says, thanks a lot, great session. And Anonymous says, really awesome session and Q&A. Wow. So we ran through the Q&A.
Okay.
Lo, I will share a story from my past with you.
Okay.
Was the beginning of the 90s, and I was, and now I'm a big toy person. All of my colleagues can they know what I talk about here. And there was this Lego Mindstorms, and they also had a puzzle piece interface.
I remember that.
You remember that? You know what the big problem with this interface was? It was not built by somebody who knows about coding, because it could only work with integers. So at the moment, at the point in time where you created like a division or tried to get some rotational stuff,
Yep.
so you had to code again. We have another question.
Okay.
So, are there plans to link this to other languages than JavaScript?
From the perspective of the code that is generated, I assume, like we reuse. Not at this point. Not at this point, because our goal is to make things simpler. Okay, for people who really are not programmers, in a way where it is more intuitive, and where more complex decisions that people have to make when they build applications, you get the assistance back from the system. So that's our goal. We want to make it easier, where as you build application, you get some sort of library of reusable components, of reusable services, of the logic that has been done before. So that's what we are moving towards. Being able to create code from no code, while it is entirely possible, it's probably going to be more of a distraction for us, because it will be moving us away from other more important goals.
Understood. So, I suggest we now go into a break. So you also have a little bit time to recover and refill your water, and we will be back with a thing I'm looking forward to for the whole week. A really nice discussion on where no code will go to. This will be super fun. I'm looking forward to this. So see all of you soon in 3 minutes. So.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Your app just crashed. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. Curiously, a hurricane just came down in Iran.
course, we are not back with the panel because, you know, I always forget that now it's your virtual coffee house break. And right after this coffee house break, we will be back with the no-code Quo Vadis. For those of you who do not speak Latin in daily life, like all of us, it means where do you go to no-code? And Michael Ioannita will lead a discussion with Mark Piller, Christian Bevarelli, Connor Tagg, and Samantha Lloyd. And I am really looking forward to this because, you know, no code or code or both, who knows?
When magnetic fields move and electrons start flowing. When you feel that anything is possible. When the night can turn into day. Then a new modern world is possible. Electricity gives impulse to our imagination. Passion and precision are at the heart of our work. Anytime.
Illwerke VKW. Energie für Generationen.
So, we are here back with the panel. These are the modern gladiators, and I think there is this guy in production listening very heavily to you, because he will post questions like, how can I replace the moderator with no code AI and full stack backend or whatever. So I will now hand over to Michael, who will be the host of this panel and give you the honors of introducing everyone, including yourself. By the way, if you do not watch the no code of Michael, your fault. Yeah.
Thank you, Stefan, for introducing. What he meant, of course, was the YouTube channel No Code Apps on YouTube. But it's not about that today. It's about no code and my lovely panel that I have today. Thank you for coming and for being part of this. So today we talk about no code and what it is and where it's going, where it's taking us along the way into the future. And before we go into those super cool topics, I mean, of course, you will learn a lot of interesting things today, but only if you stay tuned. But before that, I want to start with Samantha, who is CEO of MetaRanks, and she's producing a product for introducing AI into no-code tools. So Samantha, can you introduce yourself in a few sentences?
I'm Samantha Lloyd, like you said. I'm the co-founder and CEO of MetaRanks, and MetaRanks is a no-code AI platform, and we're trying to make artificial intelligence accessible to everyone through no code. So we've got a platform with some tools, and we also allow you to build artificial intelligence applications without having a code.
Sounds very interesting. Thank you very much. Next up, Christian, who is a founder of WeAreNoCode, which kind of fits WeAreDevelopers today, interestingly. Christian, can you introduce yourself?
Hey everyone, I'm Christian. I'm here in California. It is early, but I'm super stoked to be here. So as Michael mentioned, I'm the founder of WeAreNoCode. Prior to this, I was building tech startups. I've always been non-technical. So basically, having lived the ups and downs that can represent over the past 17 years. I started running an accelerator program in Los Angeles called Startup Boost. I ran that for about 3 years and realized there was a huge problem in the way people were building early stage startups. And so I decided to put together my experience and knowledge in startup and VC world and training founders with no code to get people to their end. So WeAreNoCode, essentially, we run a program that teaches people a suite of curated no-code tools within the context of building their business. So we call it a no-code accelerator, but call it what you will. We're in the education space.
Nice, cool. We would love to hear more about that later on. Mark, who is a titled Backendless Corp down there. Mark is the founder of backendless.com, who is offering a platform for backend with no code and frontend with no code. Mark?
Thanks, Michael. Yes, my name is Mark Piller. I'm in Dallas, Texas, and the founder of Backendless. This is my third startup. I'm a technologist turned entrepreneur. Backendless provides, as Michael mentioned, a system, an entire platform that can be used either as a backend or as a complete system to create user interfaces and backend completely integrated with each other. And the system can be used by both coders and no coders, because we do provide a way where an entire mobile or web application can be built without any coding using a 100% no code approach.
Cool. All right. And last but not least, Connor, who is a designer and is helping startups. Connor, can you introduce yourself as well?
Sure. Hi, I'm Connor Tagg. I'm a UI UX designer, and I've also work in brand as well. So I help startups kind of work out what their product's going to be, how they're going to brand it, and then how they're going to build it using no-code tools. Most of the time we kind of use no-code to help launch like an MVP or get a proof of concept together. And then moving on from that, I just help them build out their brands as well. And then on from that is more about UI UX and how you can use brand within your actual system itself to create unique user experiences that are a bit more engaging and not just functional.
All right, great. So now you know our panel. Thank you very much, everyone, for introducing yourselves. So you can see you come from the no-code space, kind of, but you have different background or different reasons why you're actually doing this. And so first of all, let's quickly introduce what is no-code and what does it stand for, because no-code is really just a name, right? Because it's not like a tool or a programming language, right? It's really just a name describing something bigger. So maybe I want to start with Mark. What is no-code actually? So for people that are watching this now and they're like, okay, what the hell is this? Can you give them a short idea?
Sure. So, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. Well, traditionally in the application development space, no code is an alternative to building mobile and web applications or desktop applications for that matter as well, where you can actually create an application or part of an application without writing any code using some sort of visual paradigm. And the concept has been expanding rather rapidly because a lot of it quickly became a buzzword, and a lot of companies that provide software solutions where you had to write some sort of scripting or code, they start kind of providing a way to do it in no code, and now it applies not just to application development, but we see companies that which are in the business process automation and creating reports and dashboards, and even some of the tools which are in the system administration space where people used to create scripts and to administer servers or processes, and now there's a visual way to do the same. All of those platforms and products and systems, they claim that they provide a no-code approach. But in brief, it is really just an alternative to accomplish tasks that previously were done with some sort of code or scripts.
Right, interesting. So Christian, you already have seen a few startup ideas being created with no code. So Mark explained us, okay, so it's more a visual way of creating things. It's a new way of creating things. But what are people creating?
Yeah, that's a really good question. There's basically been a natural evolution, and I think that I'm really excited to be here with Samantha as well, because she's leading the charge on some of the edge cases, and that's what really excites nerds like me. Because we really went from this place where, like, a lot of people, everyone knows no code. When you talk about building some sort of software, they think of things like Wix, Squarespace, Shopify. And so we went from being able to build these sort of like highly templated, storefronts and sort of landing pages and websites, to saying like, hey, you can build much more than that. And now we're moving into this new generation with a new set of tools that are much more flexible and that allow you to build things like messaging apps, like that allow you to build productivity tools, that allow you to, so it could be CRM, it could be, you can build social medias, you can build, and I think that, when we talk about no code, it's within the context of code. I always say that like low code is just the in between, but it's a way to build software and to automate systems using a more visual way to do it, which is more appropriate for most people who don't know how to code. So I'm a huge believer that, developers as well should be learning this because it saves them a huge amount of time, spend a lot of their, let's say, smart developer energy on more complex things like potentially, coding algorithms. But we see I saw this trend basically where it was starting to move into more complex platforms, marketplaces. And now I'm starting to see people like Samantha who are going to AI. There's also Pilterion that allow you to bring in AI models as well. I'm seeing this starting to happen also in augmented reality. Funny thing, since I used to run an accelerator, people often send me their decks. I don't know if it's that if they think we're an investment company. We're not, but I get to see all these awesome decks of people who are building like these new, the cutting edge technologies that are going to continue to push what's possible with no code. So that's usually in fintech. It's going to be in augmented reality, virtual reality. I'm kind of still seeing that there's a bit of a lag. I'm seeing it in AI and machine learning, which is super exciting. And I think it's just, we're going to continue to see the envelope being pushed by the people who are at the cutting edge. As I think the general population starts using these technologies to build out like marketplaces, messaging apps, like Uber style, applications. Also with no code, there's kind of this misunderstanding. One part of it is about building software, and other tools are just called no code because you don't have to use code to use them, but you never really needed code to use them. Like if I call an email like platform no code, well, yeah, technically it is. But I think there's this whole other realm of no code tools which are used for automation, which are you can connect to each other. And so there's those two functions, really, building software and automating systems. And they're both very exciting.
Okay, so before I go to Connor, because I'm really excited to see your point of view on how you can build visuals, I do want to kind of continue on the AI path with Samantha, because, okay, we talked about what no code is, what people kind of build with it, but you're taking it a step further. You're saying the hype technology, which is AI, is also capable of being abstracted as much as so that it can be used with no coding skills. So how do you make that happen?
So for MetaRinks, and like you mentioned, there are other companies in the space. There's Pelterion, obviously AI. There's fun tools that Google has out, like Teachable Machine. There's Levity. So there's lots of companies in the space that are offering no-code AI tools, and ones that you can use, like Monkey Learn, where you can do NLP tasks, that's natural language processing tasks for artificial intelligence. So our platform's kind of like that, where you can come on and you can just use tools that are ready to go. We have some that just work with like your Twitter handle, because Twitter is very popular in the no-code community. So ones where you can just get insights on your data or make predictions on your data with these pre-built tools. Or you can come on and we have sentiment analysis, one where you can actually build that. So if you have a data set, which a lot of people don't have a giant data set, so that's kind of been a big block. But if you do have that, you could build a sentiment analysis application yourself. And our next steps are to get into marketplaces like Zapier, where you would have access to maybe your data set from Shopify or your email or Slack, and you can just integrate that existing data to build tools or to use the no-code AI tools. So I think no-code AI is about, first of all, teaching kind of what artificial intelligence is. It's not Skynet. It's a bunch of very narrow tasks that can be handled right now. And it's about kind of showing what those tasks are capable of and the value that those type of tools can have. And then eventually teaching people that building, an AI tool of their own, it doesn't have to be anything complicated or intimidating. You just have to have an end goal and you have to have a data set, and then off you go.
Really cool. So Connor, I would like to know your opinion on the no-code tools that exist today. You can also mention some, so no problems. But specifically, you as a designer, I'm guessing you have very specific needs, right? You want these things to look like you want them to look, but can those tools deliver? Which tools did you use? So what can you share from your point of view?
Yeah, I mean, so predominantly anything I build with no code is revolving around Webflow for the most part. One thing that I absolutely loved was that before, when I was building websites, or a company wanted to rebrand, they wanted a website to go along with that, the restrictions of tools that were being used at the time, like WordPress, for example, from a design perspective, meant that if I just wanted, I just want that corner radius rounded, or any kind of slight tweaks that kind of OCD designers like me want to make, it becomes increasingly difficult to be able to just keep things on brand and actually be able to be pixel perfect and make everything exactly how you wanted to be able to see it. And what Webflow allows you to do is kind of throws all the rules out the window in terms of coding. It's just, I want to be able to do this simple thing, and now I can do it. Whereas before, the smallest of incremental differences would be like really hard to be able to do. So at the moment, I like to use a combination of, I like to build up platforms. I use Webflow, a really cool tool called MemberStack, which allows you to build like membership websites. I use Integromat, which is kind of like Zapier, but on steroids, I guess. It allows you to run algorithms and all sorts, which is really, really cool for automation, because it means that you can create these websites where someone signs up and they get a dashboard, but then that dashboard can actually show with like variable data according to who's logged in and things like that. And then I like to use like ClickSend for sending text messages. Again, similar to what Christian mentioned, it was already a platform that didn't really require code, but again, it just makes it really accessible to people like me. When you're designing and building products, it makes it really, really easy to be able to create like almost interim solutions before you build out the full thing, which is really cool.
Okay, so what is your wish for the future for no-code? Because so you seem to be pretty happy already with what you can do with Webflow, MemberStack, and so on. But I'm pretty sure there is still something that you're desiring. So where could this go? What is your, if you can wish for something?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think one main downfall of no code is when you're building a product, you're essentially merging different technologies together. So you're not really creating like a bespoke solution that offers all of your functionality under one roof. You're kind of taking one app or an API or whatever it is and kind of merging them together and essentially plugging them into each other, and misusing different technologies to build something and not developing the technology from scratch, which can of course have its limitations, because then you're reliant on these other companies to allow you to do everything you want your product to do, which can be quite hard. So it'd be really cool to be able to have a platform where you're almost building out these features from scratch, as opposed to kind of plugging in all these different kind of foundational apps and products that already exist and trying to get them to work together, rather than that actually being able to build it under one roof would be really cool.
Okay. Very interesting. Thank you very much
really
for that.
Can I ask him a follow-up question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I love that, because actually I always say that there's like two stacks. There's the WAM stacks that you're talking about, which is like, we love that. We are no code. And then there's these other tools, which are like kind of all-in-one builders. So like I'm thinking of like Bubble, Adalo, which, you know, obviously like for designers where they want a lot more control on the visual side, like there's, you know, and I won't get too much into that because it's the controversy. We're going to talk that, you know, like PlayStation versus Nintendo here, if I get into this topic, and Twitter is going to go crazy. But no, I think that it's like, we're seeing both these kind of things where there's like some that require several tools to be connected to each other, and others where it's like all-in-one builders. So have you tried like some of the other ones that are like more all-in-one builders? Do they also have like this issue? But I understand that as a designer, for you, the Webflow is like, I mean, hallelujah.
Yeah, Webflow is crazy good. I feel like the problem with tools like Bubble is that the only time I resort to it would be when there's existing functions already out there that I can't merge together. And what I tend to find with platforms like that is they're not built to do that thing you want them to do really well. So whenever you're building something on that, there's always going to be some level of compromise, which from a design perspective, you want to kind of be able to envision a product and design it and build it exactly how you want to, not have to kind of keep making these compromises. And then the alternative to that is to plug all these different things into each other. But again, you have compromise from that standpoint, because everyone's doing their bit really well. But from like a holistic point of view, it's really hard to maintain consistency across the entire design as well.
Yeah, actually, I feel with you. I mean, like you can say that Webflow is really good at creating this front end part. So every other tool that doesn't have that as well built out would actually need to copy what they're doing. But then on the other hand, it doesn't have any features for app logic, right? So then it would need something like Bubble's workflows or something, right? So you can if you can copy this good stuff from every platform, then it would be really awesome. That's really interesting.
Yeah, if they did a merger, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Well, so I mean, I've already heard from both sides, because I'm in contact with all these companies, and it's like they're both working towards meeting in the middle. So I mean, you know, Bubble is working to have a better sort of you know, front end experience. And I think that people like Webflow are looking for deeper functionalities, moving more into web app and eventually into mobile. I heard Vlad talk about that a while back, but
I'm super excited about that.
That's super exciting. Yeah. I mean, it's clear we know those tools. I know we can't show them now in the panel, but I wrote some links down in the stream, so you can follow those links. If you're watching and you don't know those tools, you can click the link and get there. I want to follow up on what we just discussed with the question. to all of you really, but let's see who answers at all. And first, if you build your new company, imagine like somebody's listening now and they want to build a new company, would you use no code for that? And where would you not use no code today because it doesn't feel right and something you're still not sure if that's a good idea?
Because we built it pretty recently. I have like no problem putting the front end website on a no code tool. Like I think Webflow accomplished more than I needed to for that. It was really easy to integrate it with MailChimp and other tools like that as well. But I think for like a backend software, like seeing how my co-founder has built everything, I can't really imagine a no code tool. I can't imagine even how many no code tools we would have to put in place to make that software platform reality and accomplish everything that we needed to and customize it to that extent. I know that there are some great like software like SaaS builders for no code, but I'm not sure for what we wanted to accomplish that it could be done.
You mean the machine learning part of?
Yeah, the part where like you come onto the platform and you use machine learning tools and things like that. I don't think that there would have been a way maybe to build the front end of the platform, but to build the back end and have the authentication and everything like that.
Okay. But Mark has a story to tell on this one.
Yeah, of course. Well, with our system, you don't build a backend because the backend is already there. And the backend covers about 99.9% of the use cases that one would find in most typical and maybe some atypical mobile and web applications. In fact, that's what we started with, and that's how we built the business. We are rather new into the new no-code space from the UI perspective, but as far as the backend and being able to handle user management, user registrations, logins, session management, the entire suite of operations in the database, including relations and indexing and generated columns, and being able to inject any kind of logic into the API that we provide, even without writing any code. We do have a way where you can inject business logic on the server side using completely visual paradigm. That's what we've been doing for the past 8 years. And it's probably by far one of the most scalable backends that is pre-built, and you can customize it just based to what you need out of the box without really writing any code. Because here, you don't even need to know how to structure data tables or schemas. The data tables will be created automatically just by the virtue of saving data using our APIs, and we will automatically inspect the structure of the data that you're saving and create the appropriate data columns and establish relationships and whatnot. So all of that can be done without even without no code, because it's API driven bootstrapping of your backend.
Yeah. By the way, I got a question about backendless just now in Slido. So very impressed by backendless. What's backendless doing to grow its community of users to help it develop more resources, tutorials, and maybe grow into different use cases? This is the question here. So let's keep it short because don't want to have only backendless discussion.
I'll answer it very short. So yeah. What we're doing is we're basically very close to releasing what we call a backendless library, where you can publish reusable components, UI themes, API services, and even the entire apps as blueprints for the community to leverage. So we're basically leveraging backendless itself to make backendless better by our community.
Makes sense. So Christian,
awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna go hardcore on the start your business thing, because I have very strong feelings about this. Guys, I've seen it done hundreds and hundreds of times. I would choose 8 startups out of 400 teams every 6 months. We'd train them for 6 months, put them at stage on Google. When it comes to the early stages of building your startup, first thing, you don't have to build a complicated product to go out and test the market and reiterate on your value proposition to see whether there's a monetizable opportunity that's worth your time and your money investments that you're about to do over the next couple of years building out the business. So if you ask me, the future of early stage of building no-code products, of building companies in general, startups, no code is 100% the best tool, whether you're a developer or not a developer. I'll probably get a lot of hate for that comment. And the reason is that a lot of people focus in and nerd out on the technology. The reality is 90% of the apps in the app stores are used once and never again. So we have to take a step back and be like, when we talk about the early stage, it's really about like, you know, reducing the risk of this idea. I wouldn't even call it an idea. I would call it a hunch, or I wouldn't call it a business idea until I would call it a hypothesis. And now it's your goal is to really address that hypothesis and prove it right or wrong. And so I would say, starting off with no code, even if you're building an AI platform, you need to understand whether or not there are people. Like AI and machine learning is incredibly powerful, but what does it do? It just makes it more efficient. It's not going to change what you're actually solving for the person. AI will make that increasingly better. But you know, in the same way that you want to build MVPs at each phase, which kind of like, and there's this amazing picture for that. It's like the right way to build MVPs and the wrong way. So, and they show a car, and it's like you could build the two wheels, and then you could add the axles onto it. You know, add the top, then add some windows, and at the end you have a car. And that's to solve, let's say, the transportation problem as a startup. The much better way of doing it is like, hey, let's build a skateboard first. Sure, it's not as quick as a car, but it solves the problem of like, which is like, I'm trying to get somewhere quicker. And then you'll build the scooter, and then you can build a bike, and then you can build a car. And each one of those iterations is solving that problem along the way. So we really, you know, at We Are No Code, we have this thing where we're like, we love no code, but the only thing that's interesting to us is the end goal of the user, and a different no code stack is going to be best used for a different build. And I also want to differentiate very early stage to like testing out your idea in the market with building out your MVP. You can really get things like pretty simple things built within a couple of weeks. We see it every day within, you know, what we teach, and bring that to market, and forget the fancy launch events. Like, you know, Airbnb launched 4 times before it even got any kind of traction. There needs to be a new narrative in the startup space, and that can't start with, hey, this 16 slide pitch deck that helped the guys from Brex raise, you know, $65 million. It's like, no, there's so much behind that story, and the more we buy into this fake narrative, the more that we're setting ourselves up for disappointment, and nothing else but an $800 million exit will make us happy. That's just not what most people are looking for. And so it's like, there's a lot of like misunderstanding in the space. Sorry for the monologue, guys.
To developing a platform, I can tell you, because we're early stage, we've scrapped what we've built many times. It is, I believe, best if you can do everything on a no-code platform. It's such a great way to really test it with your audience. We basically built out the platform, sent it to people, learned it was all wrong, threw it out, and did it all again. And that's exactly what an early stage company is. You're going to be constantly throwing out everything you've worked on. So the quicker you can get something out there, and the more often you can launch something, because we've launched, I want to say like 5 times we've launched now. So the quicker you can do that, the better it is.
100%.
So I agree. And this is actually what you hear from many startups or coaches or whoever has done this a few times. This is the right way to do it. And it's funny because what Christian said, building the skateboard and then the scooters, it might look like you're wasting time because actually what you want is an electric vehicle or something like this. But you can already make money by selling that scooter and that skateboard. So don't forget about that. And of course, getting funding, and so it already produces revenue instead of having something half built that you cannot sell yet, and then will take longer and longer. So it's actually a smart strategy. Connor, if you want to build an app, like with the knowledge you have now about no code, and that's a lot of knowledge you have there already, an app like really where people can log in and they can have a profile and so on. Well, then how would you do that today? And why I'm asking this question, because I'm starting a new round around what can you not do today with no code? Where are the limitations, right? So let's start with you and see what everyone has to say.
So if I was going to build like a member-based web app, what would I use?
Yeah, so exactly. So you have your profile, you can follow other people, maybe you can, you know, like you have a profile and you can style it, create it. It's kind of a social network thing that I have in mind. How would you do that?
I would probably use my strengths, which are a combination of, and I've built membership websites before. So the way I always approach no code is to kind of map out what it is that I want to build and make sure that there's a tool for every single one of these things that, or every core feature, you know, even if it's just one core feature, what's the best tool for that core feature? So if it was a membership website, it would be, of course, I would use Webflow. And then I would say, okay, well, how do I turn Webflow into a membership website? I 100% recommend a tool called MemberStack, which I've already mentioned. And I think pretty much just those two things alone, you could probably build a pretty robust membership website. And you don't really need much extra effort. I mean, obviously you can kind of add the bells and whistles by using zaps to trigger certain email notifications and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, I feel like the more limited the stack you can have, the more robust the platform can be, especially when you're trying to scale as well. The problem I've found in the past is when you're trying to kind of merge 10 different things to do, you know, 100 different kind of feature sets. And the problem that you have is that the second one thing crashes, it's like a domino effect. It's just like, oh, this didn't work, and then that didn't send this zap, and then that didn't send this blah, blah, blah. So I definitely feel like if you're get the MVP scope down and then stick to that and then kind of iterate on that, but only add to the stack when it's absolutely necessary. And if you can kind of get away with solving the problem without that, then, you know, early on, it's better to do that.
Okay. So like I was asking you because I was playing around with Bubble, for example, and it's really nice to create this membership sites because you have this user login feature and you forget password and all this stuff out of the box. But then you can't really get it to look as good as you really like to. I mean, I couldn't, okay? I mean, maybe. But then even if it looks good on desktop, you then shrink it and then it somehow, yeah, it doesn't.
I feel like that's where Webflow is like, comes into its own with anything like that. Any kind of like breakpoints or just design in general, the complete autonomy you have over design is like unbelievable. And it's pretty unrivaled from considering you can create a web app, you know, kind of misusing Webflow. You can still create a web app anyway and still have full control over the design. That's really, really
interesting. So it sounds like, I mean, cool. We are super enthusiastic here, but we have some people also around in the chat having very good questions. For example, quote, yeah, I more often hear that no-code will make the apps look even more the same and doing the same because, well, you use the same tools, right? You have the same features. So what really makes the difference when building something with no-code? Because where are you adding value, basically, when you use such tools? Maybe Mark.
Sure. Well, you need to understand that the primary benefit of no code is the productivity improvement. So you gain the productivity by getting there faster because you skip the whole part of writing code, debugging code, and in some cases deploying, which is a significant component in the app development. You can, you know, drag and drop, and sure, some tools will give you that kind of a fixed UI and the same look and feel. But of course, the point is, you know, are you doing a prototype where you just want to get customer feedback as quickly as possible, and then does it need to be styled to the T where you have completely unique look and feel with the user experience that you envision? And then some tools give you more flexibility to get there. As far as, you know, kind of going back to the previous questions, things that what can no code do and not do? Well, no code is an approach, but the limitations will come from, you know, any kind of vendor that provides the no code support. And for instance, same Webflow that Connor was talking about, as great as it is in terms of, you know, providing a completely, you know, custom UI that you can build with it, there are some deficiencies where you cannot do an API call via REST without writing JavaScript in the same Webflow. So as it is, as great as it is with no code creation of the actual interface, when it comes to plugging in some business logic that is located somewhere else, an external system, you have to get to the level of JavaScript, which is code-based approach, and that's within the same Webflow. But I'm kind of diverting from the actual question that that you passed on to me.
No, it's fine. It's all good. I mean, there are some people that say that already now websites, I'm talking about websites, not apps, but they kind of look the same. Everybody has some kind of a hero section, a video, like basically they're all the same. And how can you distinguish yourself when using those tools? I mean, I have my own opinion, but I want to hear yours. Maybe Samantha or Christian, like, do you think that people can create unique value even if they use no-code tools that everyone can use?
I think so. I mean, I would kind of argue in terms of websites that design has trends. So websites, I think that are updated recently are going to all look a bit similar to one another just because it's what's trendy. It's what makes sense in terms of what we've learned from like user experience on a website. So I think that's with code or without code. And then I think it goes back to, the discussion on where the limitations are. Are they within the platform? Are you able to put together a bunch of no-code tools to accomplish your goals? Are you able to maybe inject a bit of JavaScript into your Webflow website? I did for the podcast website I have because I wanted something to appear on the CMS, but to be different on every page. So there's certainly, I guess, workarounds that you can do to make things different if you want to, or to have a different feature on there. But I wouldn't worry about things that look similar. If you make an app that you think looks too similar to other people's, it's okay to follow the proper kind of UX guidelines that are out there and to be on trend with your design.
I once, thank you for that. I once visited Mind the Product in London, and I had listened to a speaker called Joe Leach. I really like him. And he said that you don't always need to reimagine everything, because imagine you would reimagine the way a menu works on a website, and only on your website it's different. People will be super confused because they'll be like, what the hell? I used to have some kind of hamburger or something on the, and now it's somewhere else. I'm super confused. So I kind of agree with you that not everything has to be new, just a tiny part that might be driven by AI or might be driven by your business logic that you have in backend list. But the front end can, it has trends. I fully agree with that, actually. Christian, you have seen people creating startups with no code, which is pretty interesting because you have a lot of knowledge. But come on, there has to be something that is not doable with no code.
There's lots of stuff that's not doable. But here's the real question. What's your alternative? Is your alternative spending 30 grand on a developer? Is your alternative spending 3 times the amount of time building because you're writing out custom code? So when people criticize no code, I'm not against talking about the the downfalls of using no code. There certainly are some. And I think they're reducing every day. The more and more people we have, like backend-less, who allow the backend to really scale infinitely. We have Samantha's company that allows us to now bring, be able to integrate and to build our own modules for AI and machine learning. I mean, that's really where I say it's like someone who comes to the table and says no, but doesn't bring another solution. It's like, I understand. And what that really is, and I'm very empathetic to this, is that people are scared that they're going to bring their product to market and it's not going to work. Because as humans, we take, we take what we do so seriously, and it's such a fundamental part of ourselves. We literally create a persona around what we do in our work, that the idea that I could take my idea and that it wouldn't work in the market is terrifying. So a lot of people subconsciously are kind of living that fear, the fear of launch, the fear of like, what if I put out something and people don't enjoy it? And I see even well-vetted 3-time entrepreneurs with the same thing. So I would say, when it comes to the limitations, yes, there are certain things that you can't do. Yes, every stack is going to have limitations. I think that when they talk about things looking the same, they're probably talking about certain builders which have deeper functionalities. So it's like, you know, things like Bubble, or potentially, yes, some of the apps look the same, but again, what's the alternative? And the reality is, if you tell me that you can't build beautiful platforms with these, like, you're crazy. When, you know, I think we're also in a bubble. We're in a nice little bubble here on this where it's like we're all in super, like, you know, great circumstances and great places. If you look at 95% of all websites out there, they look terrible and they're built in the 80s. So simply taking a tool like Webflow and building for like 15 days, and having that look like a beautiful experience on mobile, on tablet, and all that, like, you're already separating yourself from the crowd. Like, I think that you know, it's you do have design limitations with some tools. Let's see, what other limitations? I guess you know, again, a fake limitation. People always talk about cybersecurity. Well, guess what? If you're building with like 2 coders anyway, they're not going to be building out a super secure platform from the ground up anyway. So this idea that like no code is not cyber secure. Yeah, it's not as cyber secure as a company that has 50 employees, 50 engineers, and 10 of them are on the security team, you know, or someone that does sort of, you know, penetration tests. So, and again, and then what else? IP, you can keep your IP, you're building it yourself. There's a lot of pushback, and usually it's all the same pushback. And my question to those people is like, what's the best other alternative? Like, if you don't have a tech co-founder, going out and trying to look for one is like going to a bar looking for a wife. Like, yeah, it can happen, but like, what are the likelihoods that you find the perfect person for you? And I compare it because it is a relationship. A co-founder relationship is like a full-on relationship, where you have to have conversations about personal stuff, and you have to get over things, and you have to have open discussions. If not, there's the possibility that, you know, and so the likelihood you find someone at some networking event who's going to like save your life, and who you're going to want, you know, who believes in your mission, is willing to leave their job at Google to join that mission, is willing to take, you know, a job without pay at first, just for share. Like, it's unrealistic. And so what I say is like, what are the actual alternatives? Like, all the paths that I see, hiring developers and constantly needing to pay an additional amount of money to that developer for anything. For me, people should be building with no code, even if they're not building it themselves. And they should learn no code, because these are basically the skills of the future. Like, you know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it's like you put on your sort of curriculum, or on your resume, you'd put, you know, I know how to do PowerPoint and Excel, and now everyone laughs at that. But the future is going to be like, oh, I know this suite, I know how to use Airtable and MemberStack, or like, oh, like I know how to, like, you know, like, I'm an automation expert. I can help you set up Integromat. I can, you know, create Zaps and make your whole workforce more efficient. So as automation in general kind of starts taking over, I think that there's just like, everyone's going to have to upskill, because now you have to be the master of the technologies, because just, you know, writing the individual things is not going to cut it. You won't be as productive as you can be. And the beautiful thing about no code is it's quicker to learn, it's quicker to build, and it's cheaper. So it's like, I understand we want to poke holes in it, but it's also like, this is by far the best option right now.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's more about like, maybe people just have to do the pros and cons and write out that list, and then realize that one side is a little unbalanced.
Interesting. I took 2 of your sentences with me, which I never heard before. What are your alternatives? And co-founder is like finding a wife. That's very interesting. Mark, you were moving around. I think you have something to say to that.
Well, I totally agree with Christian, because if the goal is to get something done quickly, if you're starting a business, I think that's what we're talking about, there is really no better alternative than using an approach that gets you there significantly faster. I've started several businesses on my own, and most of them were platform businesses, which is kind of different, because, you know, no code is just, it's a better fit for a pointed application. And it could be a complex application that has different phases, where you have one for customer support and another for 2 different classes of audiences, like, you know, drivers and passengers. But still, in my case, it is different. So if I were to start yet another platform business, how much of a no code can we use? Some, okay, because it will basically translate to cost cutting, which is significant whenever you start a business. But for anyone in a different camp where you have an idea for a mobile app or a browser app or a desktop app, of course, you use the approach that will be saving money and then getting you to the point where customers can experience your app faster. And I just cannot imagine, even if you have a bunch of friends and employees who are coders, I just cannot imagine what would be the driver for spending more money to make it happen. And then for those who say, well, we will have full control over the data processing or business processes, and we will have better IP, and we will be able to protect our algorithms, I think they're fooling themselves. Because if someone else has the same idea as you do, and you are spending time coding those things, and another person uses no code, they will have first mover advantage by delivering it soon.
And they might even get funding for that. Yeah. Christian?
And it's also it's not exclusive, like if let's cut to the chase. If you're building backendless, you'll probably have your first product and go to market with no code. But then when you're really building out the full platform that delivers what backendless does, or the same thing with Samantha's company, you're probably going to need to use code as well. We see people who use like no code for the front end and CMS that all employees can easily use and adapt, and it's perfect. And then you'll have like a web app in the background that's maybe built on Bubble, another no code tool. And that way you have the frontward experience where Connor's going to be super stoked because the pixels are just like crisp. And then we also have like the delivery of the deeper functionalities when people get there, right? So I think it's like, and also coding, it's awesome. Everyone loves coding. All we're saying is like, let's just focus on coding stuff that's like not being coded over and over. And like, you're really going to put a $200 an hour developer to code like a login with Facebook. Like, that's probably not a great use of his time, right? So I think like, I'd say that when I talk about no code and building startups, I think it's the beginning of every single early stage company, idea stage company. I think that a certain phase, everyone's going to have a different route they want to take. It's also going to depend on, are you looking to get into an accelerator? Are you looking to raise capital? Are you looking to bootstrap this and essentially grow it out and keep 100% of the shares? You have to understand some of these larger dynamics, and that'll probably, like, if you're looking to be VC backed, for example, you'll probably build out a first experience and be able to get traction that way, which will get a foot in the door. And then you might realize that you want to integrate some custom code. And then there might be a time at which you want to completely come off no code if you need to build something that's not possible, or have a combination of both. So I think that it kind of sounds exclusive when we talk about no code. And, by definition, no code is kind of goes against the coding. But then you see people like Michael who have really understood, like, hey, if I can use this as a competitive advantage, even if I am a coder myself, I'm going to do it. And right now he is. And I think that people in his position are his position. I don't know. However you guys are seeing me, is really fantastic. What I'm excited about is also just like the number of people that will now have access to creating online experiences. So like, I'm thinking of like the singers, the skateboarders. I'm thinking of like the mechanical engineers who have startup ideas, who now like don't have to, who can start bringing these ideas to life. I think it's going to create this whole new and very exciting sort of set of online experiences. Because right now it's white dudes in California. That's pretty much where all the experiences come from.
That's true. I saw that in a few events. That's really what's happening. Where are you from? Oh, I'm from Bay Area, and most of but that's cool. Okay, listen, it's fine. I wanna continue on that because it's actually going perfectly into the next section, and we have about 10 minutes left, kind of. How does no code integrate into current processes that people are already used to have? So we have a question in the room. We don't have to actually answer it directly, but indirectly, because it's basically saying, okay, I'm a developer. How can no code improve my workflows? But really the question is much bigger. It's about, okay, I'm a product manager, I'm a designer, I'm a developer, I'm a CEO, whatever. How does it introduce itself into my workflows? Do I have to change everything I'm doing now, and or can it somehow integrate itself nicely into what we already used to? Maybe Samantha or.
Sure. So I think it can integrate itself. The way I kind of see it when I think of companies I've worked at in the past, where you have kind of a product manager and you have the marketing talking to them and you have customer support talking to them and you have developers and designers talking to them. I think that the product manager can take in a lot of that information that marketing and customer support is giving about whatever's happening on your product or your website, and can maybe build, alternative web pages or apps or something like that, where you can test different theories that you have. So you don't have to go to your developer to be like, hey, can we put out this landing page? Hey, can we put out this A/B test? Instead, you could just do it yourself using the designers and the product manager and the marketing and the customer support. And then when you have all your data, now you can go to the development team and be like, hey, we need this. It really just alleviates a lot of the need to always go to your development team for every little thing. And even for us, I mean, we're just two people. If I wasn't using Webflow, or if I wasn't able to use like Zapier.
It sounds like if people understand how the kind of the architecture or the data architecture of a company works, then they can say, okay, here I need to code, but here I totally don't need to code because check these tools out. But people, I think, need to know what is possible and what tools can potentially replace this workflow and that workflow. So, I mean, all the time while you're talking, I have this feeling that education in this topic is very important, especially helping people understand how they can get from where they are now into where they could be going in automation, with automation using no code. Because for most people, it's more like, this is how I feel, it's like, yeah, it sounds cool. Like if that's really possible, that's cool, but it is possible. Okay, you just don't know it yet. So this is very interesting, and then it's very eye-opening. Connor, how do you feel about this? So you as a designer, UI UX designer, how does it change your processes when you work for clients? Because you do have an agency. How did it already maybe change your work?
Yeah, I think there's an important thing that Christian's raised already, which is that this isn't a case of we're going from code to no code. This isn't we're replacing everything and we have to start from scratch because we're going to use these tools that do it for us. This is a case of saying, asking yourselves questions like, hang on, that's the third time I've done this thing today. I could probably just automate that and I don't have to worry about it again. So what I found is with bigger companies, they've kind of already got these systems and processes in place. So you're not just going to replace everything overnight. But what you can do is begin to allow them to arm themselves with tools so that the person that knows what needs to be done can be empowered with the tools that they need to do it. So it's not, I have to lean on so-and-so to do this thing. It's like, I need to get this web page done. We need a new funnel page. Okay, cool. I can just log into this thing and I can build exactly what I need. I think with newer companies, like based on the startups that I'm working with, because I predominantly work in the startup sector anyway, because that's just where my agency is based. They're basically just jumping on the no-code wagon purely because it's just super efficient. They need something done and then they can just go and do it. And especially when someone like myself can, say they're doing a rebrand and they want a new website to kind of coincide with that. They'll come to me and I'll build out an entirely new website and we'll completely rebrand them. But they don't need to nag someone or a developer or anything anytime that they want to make a tweak. There's a word that's been spelt wrong, or hang on a minute, we want to change this color on this page. They don't have to go into some crazy editor. They can just literally, they have almost like a child-friendly collaboration tool where they can just log in, have the tools that they're familiar with, and be able to edit that without having to kind of adjust margins or worry that the second that they push it to live that something's going to break. I think that's really helpful as well.
That's interesting with agencies.
Wow.
I think.
Yeah, could I just say that you kind of brought up something for me? Like, no code is kind of the gamification of coding that makes it funner for people, right? I think that's like what I'm seeing actually. It's like people are like, oh wow, I can use this, and I'm actually just kind of playing this game. It's like as if I was an MS Paint back in the day, and now I'm like actually building technology.
I mean, the Lego blocks that I've seen on backendless, it's like that, to be honest. You just basically click them together. But I wanted to ask a question about agencies. So when I mean, a bit, I'm a bit not too old, but old enough to remember classic agencies where you go to ask them to create your website or your web project, because you can't do it yourself. You go and pay them the money for designing the whole thing and building the whole thing. What would they be using? Well, they'd be using WordPress, right? Or Drupal or something like that. And what is happening to those agencies now that are not actually understanding no code? Because I have this feeling that it's kind of a shift, a paradigm shift. For those agencies will be super inefficient. Am I wrong? Or how do you see this, Connor?
I see it as super inefficient because, especially with startups, they're beginning to ask the question, well, why aren't you using this tool? There's a general consensus that Webflow is more efficient than WordPress. So when you go to an agency and they go, oh, we're going to build you this, WordPress site, it's only £30,000 today or whatever it is. And they go, but, that just looks like this template that we can install in Webflow. What are you going to do that's different to that? And then they're really in like a hot seat when someone turns around, because no code is arming startups with the knowledge that they need to be able to ask these questions to agencies. It's not so much that agencies can wave a magic wand and do stuff that no one knew before. This is just everyone's kind of aware of what it takes to build something. So I feel like any agencies that are, charging extremely high prices for something that most people understand how it's done now, they can't continue to do that anymore. So they really need to kind of rejig their processes in order to bring on new clients.
Yeah, because I was just remembering now that we're talking, because I was actually earning my money like that in the past, building websites for people, but in the old school way. But now it's not really going to be a business anymore. I want to use the last 4 to 5 minutes to talk about GPT-3, because it came up as a question on Slido. And the question is something like, could AI-powered platforms like GPT-3 or 4 become a tool or resource to develop the next wave of no-code platforms?
So I'm not sure. I have seen someone posted in the No Code Founders Slack, if anyone's in that Slack, a really cool platform that they had built using GPT-3 in the back end to generate cover letters and stuff like that, which I thought was really cool. So I do think there is definitely a possibility where you could use GPT-3 to make platforms like that provide value to end users. I know some people are excited about how you could enter in kind of like text and then get back the code to make like a button or something. If you said, I want a blue button, and have that populate. I'm not sure how efficient that is maybe to make a website or an app, but of course I love the idea of it. But how I've seen GPT-3 used so far is just where people are kind of building almost like a front end on top of it, and you're able to just take advantage of GPT-3, which is really great because it's definitely more pricey. So if you can use it through someone else's builds, it's definitely cool. It's really interesting.
You might want to define that for the audience, by the way.
Yes. So GPT-3, you mean GPT-3, Christian? Yeah, I'm sorry. So I can quickly give a context because I brought it up. So I'm sorry. It's I forgot to do that. It's basically it's a general purpose model that is the third version of it that has been created by OpenAI, which has been created by Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, I guess, I'm not sure. And basically they are investing a lot of money into this to make AI available to everyone, because otherwise AI would belong only to somebody, and that's a bad idea. But GPT-3 is so powerful that it's not yet open to the public. You have to apply and you have to explain your use case, and they will then thoroughly analyze your use case. And if you are planning to do something useful for humanity, you get access in. If not, then not. Samantha, are you planning to get access to GPT-3?
We're not at this stage. It's just not what we need for our platform, but I did just look up the person who made that tool. So his name is Chris Lally, and if you Google him, Christopher Lally, that's his website. And you can ask anyone in history a question. You can generate a cover letter for a job app. You can summarize a block of text, and you can draft an email response using bullet points. So that's what he made a demo basically from some use cases there.
But imagine one of your platforms, like maybe Backendless or Metaranx or whoever, like Bubble, God knows, they get access to GPT-3 and they offer services basically text analysis, because really this thing is a text analysis engine and it can understand text very well. imagine you could create like a marketplace instead of a marketplace of templates. Like you have templates that are pre-built for some use case. You are having actually a marketplace of bullet points, and the machine will read those bullet points and create the app based on that knowledge that you're giving it by the points. And if you explain it well enough, it will do what you need. And if you want to change something, you go and change the text. So is that crazy? Or how is the future like that?
I'm not sure. Again, I don't know if I can speak to GPT-3 enough. I definitely think from what I've seen of it that there could be a possibility. You do have to give quite a bit of, I think, very clear information, obviously, to it to get something like that back. But I like to say anything is possible, and I hope within machine learning and AI, anything is, and that something like GPT-3 that gets people excited about the field overall, to me, is a really cool thing to see.
Yeah. I have the feeling that whoever gets access to GPT-3 to really create a SaaS product or something like this has a massive advantage used correctly, because it's a really strong engine, and it can even create code if you give it a sentence, and it can create a code for it. Like really, it writes the code and it reuses existing code. It's fascinating stuff. But okay, it's not a GPT-3 panel. It's about no code and where it is leading us. Maybe one or a few last sentences from each of you, and then we can wrap it up. So Mark, what is your final words you want to leave the audience with?
I just want to say that those who are coders and then do more of a kind of a mainstream things today, then you need to start thinking about rebranding yourself into more of a solution engineers that know how to create something more complex by integrating different pieces together, because your days are really numbered if all you're doing is just creating kind of, just JS based websites and pages. I think that I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Who's next? Christian?
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank you and all the people here. Really great sort of set of people to have this chat with. I think what I'd leave people with is to say, let's stop nerding out on the technology. The technology is now at no code, at a maturity point at which it allows people to do incredible things. Now the huge gap is between connecting the people to these technologies, and to really getting these people to use these technologies for what they're best used for. And so I don't so much think, I think that basically at the moment, learning no code is a huge competitive advantage. In 15 years, it's going to be taught in every school. And within this transition, it's kind of like a lot of us have this feeling like, I really missed out 30 years ago when I didn't learn how to code. Well, this is exactly what's happening right now with no code. So I'd encourage anyone who's interested in is just, go and poke around in a no code tool. Go get a little informed. And if you feel like this is something that you'd like to invest your time in, you'd like to learn more about, then find the right people to do that with. It could be, companies like We Are No Code. It could be companies like going directly to the platforms themselves. It could be, to join communities. There's so many awesome communities. A friend of me and Samantha's also has Women in No Code, which is so awesome. I love these kind of groups as well, where it's like focused on this brings the opportunity to level the playing field and to also be inclusive for all types of people in a time when technology is increasing the divide and the gap between rich and poor, and technologists and non-technologists. So I think it's really going to have an influence in a lot of different markets. And I'm super stoked to be able to sort of help the movement grow and all that. So.
All right, let's go to Connor and then have Samantha as the last one, so people can remember. Connor.
Yeah, don't know how to follow that. That was pretty well.
Sorry, man. I guess it was like super epic. I was trying to make it super epic.
Wrote down.
Next time, Christian is last.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I would say that if you've got an idea for a web app or an app or whatever it is, everyone's always gone, oh, I've got an idea for something. Oh, I wonder how much that would cost to get built. Oh, it's going to be 50,000, 100,000, whatever. Have a look and actually give it a go, because you don't have to be a developer anymore. There used to be like this massive thing of, if only I could build apps, if only I spent, 10 years learning how to be a product engineer, and suddenly all these tools are available. Everyone's made it super accessible. And all you have to do is connect the dots. You just pick the things that you want to do and you connect them, and then suddenly you've got your idea. And once that's realized, you can actually join these communities and share it with other people and get feedback. And actually watching people interact with something that you had an idea for is the best feeling ever.
Cool.
I feel like I'm going to be repeating a lot of what everyone else said. I would just say, if you're in the audience, I mean, today you've had the pleasure of hearing from Christian about startups and Connor about design and Mark about building a platform. And so whatever you kind of want to accomplish, you can do it with no code. The first thing you put out for your startup, everyone's going to hate it. So just put it out there. You just need to build fast, and no code is just allows you to do that. So thank you for having me on the panel, though.
Thank you, everyone. It was really great. I also want to say something at the end, and maybe Stefan will come back at the very end. Let's see what's going on. So it was a real pleasure to have you on the panel. I really enjoy using Backendless and MetaRanks as a platform. I mean, testing MetaRanks because it's still kind of beta, I think, right? So, but I enjoy having access. Everyone is excited when I say no code and AI, that goes together, right? And like, wow, really crazy. And everyone is excited when I say you can build API without coding. They're like, send me the link, I want to have this. So it's really fascinating. So I think that no code is definitely an opportunity and a possibility for people that missed the train of coding, learning coding. I fully agree. I think just be smart about these things, guys. Don't go and code something that nobody needs. Just click it together in a tool. Check out my YouTube channel if you want to find the good tools out there, because I'm only talking about those. Search for my name, but basically no code apps on YouTube. I have to mention this because, such is life. Okay, it doesn't focus. There you go. And really, I think just be smart about this and don't miss the train. And maybe create your own no-code platform if you are a super developer team and you already have this workforce. That's what people need right now. Better no-code tools, better integrations into existing tools, and this is where it's going. Stefan, I hope the audience had a lot of fun. I hope the rating was good, because I saw Slido rating came up just now.
Still working, so it's please people, this is something that no code platform can do. Please give your vote and feedback in the Slido box. For all of you, I'm feeling so inspired, I cannot tell you. So thank you from my side and from the team. Unfortunately, we have to run now, so no coffee break for us. Yeah, except for Michael. Okay, and Christian. Yeah. And all of you have,
so on.
I think Connor has hidden his cup behind his monitor. So I'm not so sure.
Yeah, the whole bottle, I would say. But before we go, I'm not sure if I said this. I want to say massive thank you to all of the panelists for being here. I'm super honored to have you around. And I hope the audience also feels that this is a special occasion. It's not happening every day. Yeah, it was a great panel. And I'm super happy that we were able to do this. Also, Stefan, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity for this.
Roll the loop, please.
Your app just crashed. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. Curiously, a hurricane just came down in Iran.
The panel is over, and it took some time to get all of them out of the room because there is only one door and this is digital. But now we are here with Mike, who will tell us why localization matters and how to do it the easy and right way. Hi Mike, how are you?
Hello, I'm fine. I hope you're standing strong, both you and the people here watching.
Yes. So I will be turning off my camera and microphone, and then we'll be back for the Q&A. So see you then.
Great, thank you. Okay, hi from here. I'm Mike. Like said before, I work at Transfix as a senior product manager, and I'll be talking a bit about localization. Thank you for being here. I know it's the last presentation, so I will try to keep it consistent and keep you interested. So the presentation has 3 parts. Moving on to the first one, which has to do with why you should care about localization and what's the value of localization. Starting off right with some data. These are from 2020, and all in all, what is displayed here is that localization is really important, and people do care about that, and they respect the application using localization. In some cases, like the bottom 2 graph show, the bottom 2 stats show, even on top of what's the price. On top of that, there are cases where local trends might drive localization efforts, and even in saturated markets like the ones I've displayed here, still there are some chances that localization will play an important role. So what I've done here is I visited Google Trends and typed those applications there and check how they're trending in different countries. So for example, in the US, TikTok has outgrown WhatsApp, but WhatsApp stands strong in other countries. Also, Booking seems to be more trusted both in Austria and in Greece, where I'm currently streaming from, than Airbnb. Or how Bit performs in Brazil, which is higher than Uber. What the point here is that if those markets, which are really big and really strong, compete even on a country level, there is space for more applications, smaller ones, in each country. Moving on to the second point about moving fast. It's not part of this current presentation to showcase why this is happening. It's not in the scope, but the thing is that trends seem to change between countries, and the dynamics change fast. So it's quite important that applications are ready to catch up that momentum and grab the attention where is needed. A little trivia here is that from a recent exchange that I have with a developer working on a startup on a streaming video service, he shared with me, and I quote, "I checked Google Analytics and got so pumped about the impact of the internationalization project on millions of our customers. So I followed up and asked, okay, can you share some data so that I can know what you're talking about?" And I got back that he replied that saying that we have 1 million active users, and 35% of those are coming from local markets, and specifically Spanish and Portuguese. So this means that, okay, this is strong. You cannot, localization is important. And moving on to 2020, like we all know, 2020 is quite abnormal as a year and how things are happening. And because of all the lockdowns and happening in many countries, the demand for digital content is growing stronger, and the need for remote solutions is even bigger. So the numbers that I just showed might be a bit bigger now. From another survey in people working on localization industry and enterprises, in more than half of the cases, they said that new stakeholders and new departments came in with localization requests during 2020, which means that localization needs are growing. And moving on to the second bullet over there, this is more like a hunch, but it's kind of a common knowledge, I believe, is that when this case is over, and when we all go out and socialize with our friends and hang out, and we get past all this abnormality, and some of the habits that we have developed and some of these behaviors that we have developed being more digital will stick with us because they are good habits. And this essentially means that the needs for digital content are going to stay high. This is all about why localization matters and what's the value over there. So right now, moving on to how you can achieve that. Okay, these are some steps that you need to do in your application in order to have localization. For people that have already done those steps, please bear with me. I will try to keep it short. Okay, so in here we can see 4 steps. Each step is bigger as the effort required to implement that is bigger. So the first step refers to internationalization of code of the application, and this requires the biggest effort, especially from the developer, if localization is not taking into account from day one of the development. What internationalization includes is you need to go through each line of your code and wrap any text that render in the application with specific functions to signify that this text needs to change into another language. All languages and all frameworks have plugins and libraries for localization, supporting all the required aspects having to do with protecting variables, custom placeholders for your code, and specific localization syntax ones. Those plugins and frameworks usually grab all those text from the code and create a separate file, which is called localization file, that can later be used for localization. As you imagine, this is the most tedious part. Moving on to step 2, okay, this is the well-known language picker. You just need to add it in your code and connect it with the wrapping functions that we mentioned before. Step number 3 has to do with quality assurance and testing, where you will have to get back all the translated content and check that nothing breaks in your applications. Check that the variables are still there on the translated content, that there are no non-supported characters that are specific to your file format. Also that the interface doesn't break. In case you have a button, you need to check that the text that came back is not long enough to break the text into 2 lines. Just for reference here, English is one of the shortest languages, requiring less characters to describe a meaning compared to other European languages that tend to be 30 to 40% longer than English. So this step requires some effort from your side. And in cases of error, this requires some back and forth with the team handling translation in order to apply the fix. In this case, if you include a translation management system in your workflow, like Transfix or any other. Some of these tests are going to be easier, yet the effort is going to still be there. And moving on to the final step, having to do with deployment, certain actions need to be taken in order to incorporate those files having to do with localization in your deployment process. For example, in our case, we pack all the localization files whenever we deploy to production. But in other cases, as we have seen from our customers, they have more complex workflow where they involve localization files created over Babel and using our API, etc., etc. So depending on your deployment process, this is going to be either easy or hard. Again, this step is not going to stick with you, as most of the steps they are more head heavy, front heavy, meaning that the majority of the work needs to be done once when you're starting with localization. After you're done, most of the maintenance work needed is going to be fairly easy, and you're going to be start feeling comfortable handling it. Yet, yeah, there is a catch. Of course, there is a catch. Otherwise, yeah, why should we talk about the future? So the catch here is actually the base for all the problems is lying on the files that are created. So because of those files created come in many flavors depending on the framework that you're using different syntaxes, etc., etc. You might end up with many files in your code, especially considering modern development. And if you're working with microservices and involve many different technologies over there, you might end up with many files that require a lot of management from your side. Moving on to the second part, this is also a common case. You're usually not developing stuff on your own. You have another developer on your side, and you're working in parallel on different the application, on different branches, and applying different changes over there. And essentially, when you will need to merge those things together or try to do some testings that involve localization, you need to be in sync so that you don't override text that need translation one from the other, and also sync with the team handling translation. And overall, this makes the whole process a bit complicated. And we're going to point number 3. So all this complication and all this coordination, it gets a bit more trickier, and essentially it's delaying your workflow. So in case there are errors there, you need to involve as well the translation team to get them to fix stuff and QA test after that, etc., etc. And after going all through these items, you might end up with lower quality translations, which essentially it's the reason you added localization. You wanted a better quality and to offer your application to more people. Quality of translation involves many aspects that have to do with context that the translation team can work on. Context they come as instructions, as tags, as screenshots, etc., etc. But again, depending on the framework you're using and what the localization file supports, you might have bits and pieces of metadata that the translators can use to do their work. So considering all this stuff, we started an exercise in order to make the developers' work easier in localization. And in order to do that, we had these specs that we wanted to follow. we wanted our solution to apply to modern workflows. So we wanted to get away with files and move to a cloud-based solution that could support working in parallel and involve as many people as possible without hindering their work. Additionally, we wanted to provide the solution that we were thinking. We wanted to be able to provide a universal syntax and universal metadata across languages and frameworks so that the translation team can produce high-quality localization. And finally, we wanted to make localization updates easier, eliminating any back and forth for deployments, for QA testing, and coordination between teams. We know for a fact, from our experience, that developers don't want to work on localization. They want to work on optimizing stuff, on fixing new stuff, on adding new features, etc., etc. So overall, we want to make the interaction with localization a lot easier for the developer. And that's where we ended up with Transfix Native. I've included here those two flows. The one on the left is representing what we saw on the previous section, and the one on the right is Transfix Native. So Transfix Native is a suite of tools, including SDKs for language, for different languages, and a content delivery service that you can use in combination with Transfix to exchange only the content that each developer wants with Transfix for translation, and keep working on code without having to do any other interactions with localization. So the only responsibility that the developer has is on wrapping the strings using the Transfix Native SDK and pushing those strings to Transfix and essentially the content delivery service. After that, he can keep doing his work or her work without having to worry about localization. That's why the connection over here with the application is direct from your code to the application, and there's nothing else needed to be done. So localization works in parallel, and both worlds are happy, and many interactions are eliminated. Moving on, I would like to share a workflow in practice. How can this be set up using Transfix Native? So first of all, okay, the developer will need to wrap the strings using the SDK and set up an automation to push strings to Transfix from the developer branch, from the development branch that it's currently working on. After the content is made available to the translation team, both the developer and the translator can work in parallel. So while the developer is developing his code and he's still on the branch, by using the language speaker, change language and test all the translations that are already there, being worked by the translator. No need to pull anything back, no need to interact about anything. And if there are errors found, communicate directly with the translation team to apply the fixes. So moving past that, when development is done, deployment of code is done whenever the team feels ready without having to worry about localization, because translations can follow without the need of any involvement from the developer side. So whenever the team feels confident to release new code, they can do so, and the localization team, the team working on translation, can keep working on translations and apply fixes after that. That way, even the team working on translations can have a CI/CD workflow and work iteratively on better quality translations. This can be done by utilizing either pre-existing translations when strings are pushed to transfix, or machine translation, and go live with this set of translations. And after that, translators can jump in, fix any errors that the MT has done, and iteratively improve the translations, and they will be automatically updated back to the live application. So all in all, that's the flow that Transfix Native offers. And there are some hidden, closing, I would like to share some hidden gems and where we're going to next. Starting with hidden gems, or the end game, like we call in games. Number one is using a common syntax across frameworks offers interoperability. What that means is that since the SDK in all languages have a universal syntax, you can have multiple applications sharing both original content, the content in the text in the original language, as well as the translations. So you can have mobile apps, both in iOS and Android, and the web app, and all those three apps leverage the same translations. So if an update is made on the translations, all three applications will be updated simultaneously. The work is done only once, and it reflects to all the applications that share Transfix Native. Jumping on to the second hidden gem over there about plug and play. Because of that universal syntax, the developer can start using Transfix Native on a single framework for one application. And when the need for another application comes in and new code needs to be developed, using Transfix Native and having the same syntax, there is no learning curve in between. So whatever functionalities and syntax is used in one language, the same one will be used on the other one. Moving away from the SDK and closer to content delivery service, content delivery service is also offered from day one on Transfix Native, meaning that you won't have to do anything about delivering those translations and handling how to and managing them in general. And the last step is that Transfix Native is an open source project which you can contribute to, and you can use the existing repositories to apply changes and customize them for your own workflow. That applies both for a language framework that is already there, and if the framework is not already there, you can build the one that you're interested if you want to move faster, or and the content delivery service that you can grab in and install in your infrastructure and make the changes you need to customize it for your needs. And where we're currently standing with Transfix Native and where we're heading. So right now we have frameworks, SDK, we support frameworks for Django and Python and Django, vanilla JavaScript with some React components and TypeScript support. We're currently developing on iOS and Android SDKs, and they will probably be available end of December or starting January. And we want to start working on supporting more items on the localization, supporting better the localization flow, not related to development environment. And of course, expand to more frameworks based on needs and requests that are coming from our customers in the community. So far, we have interest on Ruby on Rails, C#, and .NET. But if you have anything specific to share, please do so. here or in the repositories. I'm going to share, when you get the presentation, there are all the repositories are in there. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mike. Okay, there is this one question,
Yes.
which is there, and it says, when you say iOS, do you mean Swift as a programming language? Okay.
Yes, it's in Swift.
So when you say iOS or Android, is it also agnostic of the programming languages and just referring to the platform, or?
Yeah, right now we're doing two implementations. The one is agnostic of the platform, and the other one leverages more what's already supported in iOS and Android regarding localization and how those strings are managed over there.
Okay. So,
hope that answers. Yeah.
Manu DevOps says, thank you for your presentation. And that's at the moment. Guys, if you want to ask a question, use Slido and put your question there. I'm pretty sure you will have questions. Meanwhile, since it's open source, it's more or less based on the fact that other people are also participating. Is there a GitHub link we can share, maybe?
Sure. I have added all the links in the presentation.
Okay, so we just need to rewind.
Would you like me to share the links somewhere?
Let's go there.
Okay, let me up. Sorry. Can you see my screen?
No, I just lost your screen. So...
Oh, sorry. Where would you like me to share those links? I have them in the presentation as part of the appendice. So,
can we include it in the email? Yeah. So we can take it from the presentation? Perfect. So we send a wrap-up email and we will add the link again. This is for people like me. I'm always very lazy. I like just clicking on stuff and not typing. How long does this project actually exist? So how long are you already working on Transifex?
Transifex Native started on January 2020. Mid-January, we started using it on Transifex. So our application currently runs on Transifex Native.
Mm-hmm.
And we are engaging with customers and people interested to start using Transifex Native in their projects.
Okay. And now the curious question: which was the first programming language which was like supported?
Okay, we started with Django and Python because that's where our application runs on.
Mm-hmm.
And then we moved on to JavaScript because nowadays everyone using Java.
Everyone speaks Java. Yeah, that's true. So you are by trade a Python developer?
I am a product manager.
Yeah.
I used to be a developer on the past, mostly on the front end, but I can't answer any too technical questions.
No, that was not the question.
Okay.
The question was simply where you come from. When you come from front end, it's different than when you come from something like Python. And My favorite question, which I always pull out of my head, which I do not remember where I have it, is, do you remember the color of your first computer?
I don't quite remember, but it's the classic white,
Yeah, okay.
Light one, yeah.
This
the 90s one.
Yeah, this trashy white thing.
Yeah.
Okay, because I found out that there are more people out there who remember what was inside their machine and what operating system they had and what window manager if they used Linux and everything they remembered, and a lot of them, they just don't remember the color because by that time most of the machines were under the table, which is why they might have looked ugly. One question. Transifex is for having let's say localizations on a global level. Is it necessary, or would you give the advice that somebody who starts like a product now and he starts it in France, yeah, so everything is French, and the French, yeah, they like French. They don't like anything else, and then they start to realize that they can sell the whatever they are selling also on an English speaking market, on a Dutch speaking market, on a German speaking market. And they did not prepare for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what would be the best approach, and how long could it take me, for instance, if I want to take my French project, because I speak perfect French? Not that hard. Yeah. No, it's just because what I never can imagine how long it takes when you were not really prepared to do something like this, and if you should always keep this localization like in your mind in the beginning, you know, because when you start, localization is no topic for you. Yeah, if you speak, I guess your name hints me that you speak Greek. Yeah, you will definitely start it in Greek. I will definitely start it with some German stuff, and my friend Gary will definitely start in English. But how can I save time when I have no clue about localization?
There are some implementations that you can start off really fast, like you were discussing on the previous panel, where you won't need you will need minimal code, but there are some deficiencies over there, especially if we're talking about a web application. There are some JavaScript implementations, like the one Transfex offers, which is Transfex Live. Just a JavaScript snippet, you add it in your application, and it automatically grabs the text. So it's like the wrapper is over there in that JavaScript. But there are some deficiencies in that approach, where as you mature in localization, you start to see them, and they are more obvious. You get a ton. All the dynamic content is not there because you're not grabbing variables, for example. You're grabbing just the replacement of the variables. So any, hi Mike, hi Stefan, are different texts, and you need to translate them again. So yeah, you can start from that just to get a sense of what's going on.
Yeah.
But the best approach would be to use the existing libraries that all frameworks have when you start typing. the graph that I showed is very representative of the effort needed.
Yeah.
And if you include that early on, there won't be any problem.
Okay.
So especially for native and for our application, because Transfex is live for 10 years now, 11 years now, we had implemented a script that migrated all the Django wrappers into Transfex native ones. And that was kind of fast. Yeah, I'm kind of fast. But I mean, it was like 2 or 3 weeks of dedicated work for 1 or 2 people.
Okay.
We're documenting our journey in our blog, so you can follow in there as well. I have added in the presentation links to those blog posts. And yeah, in general, with Transfex Native, you can start doing fancy stuff like integrate, for example, that would be very interesting. Integrate with no code that we were showing before, so that you don't have to do things over there, or Weblot. We have an integration with Figma, and you can do fancy stuff using native that way. So
this sounds interesting, because nowadays Figma is as omnipresent with the front-end developers as Photoshop was 10 years ago. Okay, so thank you, Mike. And there's a round of applause in the stream. And yeah, then great. I say thank you and bye-bye.
Thank
and you. We will be right back after a short loop.
Bye. Thank you.
Your app just crashed. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. Curiously, a hurricane just came down in Iran.
So, what a week for me, and I think also for the rest of the team. It feels like it had been 100, 200, 400 millions of hours. But I hope that you were educated and entertained, because this was also our goal. One last time, thank you to the whole community, and also thank you to our partners and to you. Because without you, I'm sure there would be not that many interesting projects out there. There would be no new companies. We would be seeing the same stuff all over again, which makes it even more important that you stay curious and, of course, stay safe and healthy, and that you get in touch with us if you have the urge to present your initiative, your company, your journey, your open source project, closed source project, secret project, or the new programming language you made based on pasta sauce. So that
sorry, Stefan.
Why?
Sorry to interrupt you. Well, actually, it's up to us now to say thank you to you, doing a great job again during this week, being our host of our hearts. It was your third time doing this moderation for our live week, and just want to say thank you in the name of the whole WeAreDevelopers family. And I think we have some other colleagues joining, which you might not see at the moment, but I think Seat would
Then I have to open my screen again.
Serve the community. And on a personal note, I would especially like to thank Stefan. Stefan has been your moderator and has guided you throughout this year with the virtual events, and he has been a part of our team for the past couple of years, and he will unfortunately leave us by the end of the year for his next career step. And I just wanted to say, Stefan, you have been always an amazing colleague. You have been always nice, hardworking, responsible, reliable, and you were always there to help your colleagues. The last years has been a hell of a ride, but it was a pleasure working with you. You've become, and you will always stay a friend of us. We will miss you, and we wish you all the best for the future. Thank you, Stefan, for everything. And this last applause is for you, Stefan. Yeah, so that's it.
So, and now Gary has a surprise for you. You know that?
Doesn't work. Doesn't work.
This is so dangerous, people. Don't try this at home because I don't. Okay.
Perfect. Okay, thanks everyone, and see you next year. We have some new updates, and will be a cool year. Stay tuned. And
very cool.
Yeah, exactly. Bye.
Stay safe.
Bye.
Bye.